The gripping story begins in the city of Solon. A confident protagonist looks at the entrance saying he has at last reached his destination. It's then explained that the original owner of this body was beaten until he lost his life. The body was suddenly taken over by the boy who was come to this world. However, the hero did not expect the original owner to be a bastard son of the great Orlando family. He firmly affirms to himself that he came to this place for a few compelling reasons. Why? Being silently admired by one of the guards, boy understands that this will be the starting point of his new life so that he may become the lord and the most powerful system. Already inside the castle, a man warns the boy that he had terrible news for him. This is Solon, lord of the Sea of Solon, who tells it that the boy's father passed away last week. He explains that the new successor of the Orlando family is the half-brother named Winger, who sees the protagonist as a thorn in his side. Confused, the illegitimate son of Calvin, named Richard Orlando, questions what the man means by that. With a furious look, Solon tells him that he must abandon the name Orlando, but he warns that it won't be for free, and if he accepts the offer, Wenger is willing to give him 500 gold coins to create his own territory. At that moment, the Lord's subordinate brings a chest to the boy. Upon opening it, he realizes the offer is indeed real. Smiling, he thinks that with this, he can start his new life. Seeing his reaction, the man simply says that it seems they've reached an agreement. Being composed, Richard explains that the name Orlando conveys brilliance and glory and that it's the most precious thing his father left him. Surprised, the mustache man asks if he doesn't agree with the offer. Then the hero just smiles and says he'll have to offer more money. Solon offers double 1,000 gold coins and interest-free loans on the condition that he buys products in his city. Without thinking twice, the hero simply accepts. But before leaving, he comments that he heard there was a group of barbarian slaves from the mountain in the Colosseum. Solon realizes that the boy wants to use the barbarian slaves to form an army and says that's a good idea, but he warns that the barbarians are known for their bravery as well as their rebelliousness, saying they probably won't be obedient. Having an answer for everything, the blonde boy simply says that's exactly why he's doing it. Then the feudal lord tells his subordinate that you should pay 20 gold coins for each person, totaling 50. At that moment, the man thinks that this was the first step of his plan, which turned out to be a success. Changing his expression, he understands that this boy is not just anyone. Sometime later, the hero's humming in the carriage, talking about people who have wandered the foreign world for 10 years. Curious, a butler-like figure asks the Lord what song he is humming. Responding, the blonde says it's nothing, just a song from his hometown. It's then explained that after the original owner lost his life, the boy awakened his body. Thus, he gained the Lord's system and day by day learned martial arts and combat skill. At first, he wanted to take on the position of knight, but no one would have imagined that old Calvin was crazy enough to give the name Orlando, which means brilliance and glory, to a bastard boy who lived on the streets. He received permission for territory expansion, so he fled, and if he hadn't done that, he would have been destroyed by the people of Orlando. Shortly after the protagonist finally arrive at the Colosseum, he comments that he heard a woman recently brought a group of mountain barbarians. She confirms and asks who the boy is. He explains that Count Augustus is willing to sell them and support him as he forms an army to protect his territory. After hearing this, the woman suggests they watch the fight. As they walk through the corridors, she comments that those idiots knocked down all the other fighters with a single punch. At that moment, the prisoners are provoking the group, saying they are their prey. The attendant also explains that they can't finish off the beasts and devour them. Curious, the hero approaches, saying it's great that they can find their own food and maybe be even more obedient if beaten. Shocked, the woman says he shouldn't be reckless because they can take down wild boars with just 2 or 3 punches, being non-human. Frightened, she questions whether the aristocrat is truly insane. With a suspicious smile, the Lord approaches, warning that this is his problem. Why? Thinking that it's best to say that the stronger the barbarians, the higher the chances they will meet his expectation. And besides that, he also has the system as a trump card, this being the lore system, which seems like some kind of RP game. Heading toward the Colosseum, he thinks this is the result of years of training and now he can finally show his skills. The blonde appears at the top of the platform observing all the barbarians. Without ceremony, the boy announces that he bought all of them and that probably none of them would like to become a slave. With that in mind, he suggests that they all fight him, and if they win, they'll earn their freedom. Upon landing calmly on the ground, he states that if they lose, they'll have to fight for him. A muscular man appears, interested in the proposal, saying that fighting is what his group does best. Upon seeing the barbarian in question, the lord, subordinate and the staff are shocked. The man flexes his muscles and says the boy better not cry when he loses. Introducing himself, he says his name is Russell, a mountain barbarian. At that moment, the boy prepares to fight and explains that his name is Richard, a Pompeian. From the top of the Colosseum, watching everything, the woman says the hero is really going to fight the barbarian. Worried, she explains that Russell is one of the best barbarians and has already killed several slaves. She then warns the subordinate that fighting him will be a threat and that he needs to convince the boy to stop, but the subordinate says that his responsibility is to follow the count, orders to bring him and that he has no right to interfere in Richard's action. Shocked, the woman thinks she has worked hard all her life to earn this position, and that if this aristocrat dies, her arena will be doomed forever. As the fight begins, all the barbarians start laughing at the situation, saying, Russell will finish off that little boy. The man looks like a giant at least 3 times the hero's height. Without ceremony, the barbarian charges at the boy, hitting him on the head. He quickly grabs the blonde by the collar and throws him to the ground. Wiping his hands, he says he expected him to have at least some skill. He then concludes, saying the boy didn't even last a second. Watching the fight, one of his companions says Russell even cracked the ground and that this massacre means the aristocrat won't survive. Seeing this, the owner of the Colosseum asks someone to help him. Crying, she says her arena will have to compensate heavily. At that moment, the giant's heel is grabbed. It's the blonde who is getting back up. Upon seeing him standing, the attendant is in shock. Richard then explains that he didn't want to intimidate the man, which is why he let him take the first move. He then quickly delivers a strong punch to his opponent's chest, bringing him to the ground. Perplexed, Russell asks how he's still okay even after being beaten. The hero understands that he trained for years using the Lord's system and couldn't be taken down by someone with such ordinary skills. Smiling, he tells the barbarian to keep going and says, this time he won't give him any chance. With his pride wounded, Russell starts cursing and prepares to strike again. Quickly, the protagonist grabs his arm, and without any difficulty, he simply spins the man's body and throws him to the ground. Placing him beneath his feet, he says he has won, while the barbarian questions how this could have happened. Bothered by the outcome, he asks for a rematch, saying they must fight again. In response, Richard says he hasn't given up yet and that they should train again. One of the barbarians watching wonder what just happened. Everyone is astonished, questioning how the boy could have defeated Russell. Meanwhile, the blonde approaches the barbarian again, grabbing him by the arm, and, after several fights, he throws him to the ground multiple times. Seeing the barbarian on the ground, badly hurt, he asks if he's not going to give up. With his body trembling, the giant man tries to get up, saying they must fight again. Unable to walk properly, he claims he can still fight. His companion then tells the muscled man to give up since he's already lost 10 times. In shock, the brute questions if he was really defeated 10 times already. Then a woman appears saying that it's enough and he must stop. She seems to be a prisoner and while in chains declares that she'll fight the aristocrat. One of the men comments that the boss is in action, while another says that the aristocrat is finished. The blonde in turn questions if she really has the right to make those decisions. In response, the woman defiantly says she just needs to finish him off. Being one of the fists, she says that when he loses her, they'll all be free, and she asks if he is a man of his word. Promptly, the boy simply says yes. Without ceremony, the leader of the prisoners charges at him. Surprised, the hero realizes she was very fast. At that moment, a beautiful woman appears, announcing that the barbarian Gunther has been detected as a hero. Quickly, the boy manages to block his opponent's strong punch, which is strong enough to push him back. Worried, he realizes that the system window almost screwed him over and that this is the first time he's seen a hero. Excited, he tells himself he must see how strong she really is. However, while he's thinking, the girl already comes at him again, delivering a punch strong enough to shatter the entire ground. Her subordinates, upon seeing this, become thrilled. From the top of the Colosseum, the attendant is in shock, complaining about her arena. The man with purple hair realizes that the barbarian chief is unexpectedly very powerful and that this can't be good. Back to the fight. Gunther prepares to pull some stone from the ground while everyone gets excited, saying the chief must finish him. There, Chief then prepares for the rain of stones, launching a huge boulder toward the hero. When it hits the ground, the boulder causes massive damage. Worried, she walks around the Colosseum and says, "Now everything is screwed." Crying, she says the chief killed him and wondered what she'll do with her arena. Seeing the result, all the slaves start celebrating, saying the hero is dead, saying that the chief granted them freedom. Injured, Russell says those abilities weren't a big deal. But why he's saying that kind of nonsense? The hero begins to rise. Even the chief is surprised and loses her balance. With just one hand, the blonde managed to hold that massive boulder, saying it's a good material. In shock, the slave realizes he's not dead yet, while another says he must be holding on. Even the chief herself is shocked as well. The girl approaches saying this is interesting and that they should continue. Mocking, the blonde says that to be the chief of the barbarians, brute strength alone is not enough. Quickly, the woman becomes furious and then prepares to attack him. Using her chain, she manages to wrap him up and throw him to the ground. With the boy trapped by her chains, the chief declares that he has lost. Apparently in trouble, the blonde comments that she thought of using the rock to distract him, while breaking the chain with his own hands. He says that's impressive. Seeing such strength, all the barbarians are in shock. The man also questions how it's possible for someone to do that. Gunther realizes that the chains which kept him in such a difficult situation for so many years were broken with the boy's bare hands. Richard praises her, saying she's fast, powerful, and has a strategy, making her suitable to become his subordinate. She realizes that all this time the boy hasn't been using his true power and questions what kind of monster he is. Annoyed, she says they're on the same battlefield and that he should respect her and do his best. She then states that otherwise she won't submit to him. Arguing, the boy said that earlier she was chained and so couldn't give her best. Clenching his fists, he declares that now the real fight begins. Quickly, he rushes toward the woman and manages to land a strong punch, but she blocks it. After that blow, he already jumps toward her and smashes the ground, but the girl manages to dodge. The old Katas lookalike said her speed is faster than the chief's. At that moment, the girl realizes the hero's hand is approaching. With just one movement, he manages to bring her down. Struggling, the girl realizes she can't move. She admits that she lost and that if he wants revenge for what happened before, he should go ahead and do it. Without showing any emotion, the hero prepares from the final blow. He quickly strikes the slave's shackles. The girl is left speechless upon realizing he didn't finish her. Smiling, the says she has two options. He explains that the first is to keep challenging him until everyone loses, or the second is for all of them to grow stronger together. In a chivalrous gesture, he extends his hand. Promptly, the girl accepts and stands up. Standing, she announces that all the barbarians must listen to her. Kneeling down, she declares that from today on, the aristocrat will be the new leader. The boy says his name is Richard Orlando, and that he will become the most powerful lord, and for that reason, they should follow him and become stronger. Upon hearing this, all the barbarians are left in shock, but they quickly begin to cheer for their new leader, saying they will follow all of his orders from now on. The lady of the Colosseum can't understand anything about what's happening. Meanwhile, the subordinate understands that it makes sense that old Orlando passed the family name to the boy. While all this is happening, the system screen opens. The barbarian soldiers have requested to join the group along with Gunther. Without thinking twice, the protagonist accepts both requests. This is a barbaric and chaotic world full of bloodshed. Many wish to perform honorable deeds and aspire to become feudal lords, developing their own territory. However, most of them die and left behind sorrow. After accepting the barbarian group, Lord Richard said he is truly excited about the journey to his territory. He arrives at an establishment along the way, aware that he needs to properly dress these tall and imposing people. Upon entering that shop, the soldiers are amazed by the wide variety of items available available for purchase. The chief decided it was time to buy new clothes for all the soldiers present, offering help to the customer. The gnome Megan appears, ready to assist in choosing the best outfits. Richard wanted to buy some useful equipment for his brothers, and everyone said the gnome had good weapons. Touching the wall, he says the boss seems to be the type of master who knows his merchandise. He presses his hand into the brick, triggering an unexpected change in the environment around them. The clothing display is suddenly replaced with one for weapons. Inside the establishment, everything begins to transform in a surprising and intriguing way for everyone present. The wall begins to rotate slowly, revealing a new space that no one expected to find there. In place of clothes, a warehouse full of war weapons and military equipment appears. Impressed, the soldiers start searching through everything, looking for something new. The protagonist asks for a spear and 3 throwing spears for each of his men. Even though it's not enough, he offers his coins in exchange for the weapons. But the gnome didn't do business with poor people and also didn't offer credit. Pressing the brick again, the place returns to being a simple clothing store. Pulling a sword from his back, he presents it to the merchant with a gesture of confidence. The curious merchant turns his small eyes to the object offered to him. The sword was known as the Dragon's Vorp, a legendary weapon with great power and history. Everyone knew that this sword could change the fate of many, bringing hope and courage to all. Cautiously, he thinks Richard must be an important figure to possess such a good sword. Someone not to be offended, but the man does not accept the trade and offers credit to the young man. In addition to the weapons, he now also gets a leather armor. Everyone celebrates the purchase of new weapons, rejoicing at the opportunity to equip themselves for battle. The horn girl asks curiously what they would do next after the purchase was completed. With a smile on his face, he had already planned the next step. He reclaimed his territory, determined to show his strength and gain new allies. With her carriages and guards ready, they set off toward the destination they had planned. Richard constantly checked his map, making sure they were following the correct and safe route, but they didn't realize they were being watched by someone waiting for the right moment to strike. Harson, the goblin chief, was tracking every step of his prey, which carried many supplies. Lobus, the jackal chief, demands at least half of the weapons. The wolves are creatures known for having no brains. They were waiting for them to enter the backlands, so it would be impossible to escape or call for help. Meanwhile, the wolves were desperate, eager for a good fight to relieve their tension. In the mountains, an observer continued to watch from afar, alert to all the group's movements. The girl had excellent hearing and soon realized that were being followed by bandits. She told the chief that she had noticed the bandits' presence from the beginning. She was shocked to find out he knew this since the start of their journey. He orders everyone to stop, put the animal and goods inside the carriage, and get ready to fight. He calls his subordinate to help with the plan, knowing they'd need more hands for the task. Handing her a heavy sack, he asks her to distribute one to each person to swallow quickly. The plan needed to be executed with precision to ensure everyone's safety during the attack. It was a kind of oriental pill capable of strengthening people, but that was a lie. It served to mask the system actions. After swallowing the pill, Richard runs to check the new updates. Looking at the screen, he sees a guide to level up the mountain of barbarian soldiers. Most of the barbarians identified by the system are level 3 barbarian spearmen. With confidence, he moves toward the heroes tab. He observed that Gunther is an independent hero unit. He knew they had to gain experience after the battle so that the barbarians could level up according to the system. This would cause everyone's strength to increase quickly, which would seem strange to them. That's why the protagonist used those buns as a cover for the system. It was a very strong medicinal pill, and he wanted everyone to try it. With binoculars, the goblin noticed that the carriage had stopped. Anxious, the wolf couldn't wait for those idiots to die, but his companion didn't understand the reason for such excitement. The character thought the men were afraid, but the goblin said they were so impressed by the strength that they decided to surrender. Ignoring that, they decide to attack and kill them all. Noticing the movement, they were already expecting that fight. The soldiers were all in position. While the creature ran, Richard was excited by the action unfolding before his eyes. Without thinking twice, he threw his spear toward the enemy. Determined to win the battle, he ran toward the fight, feeling the adrenaline pulse through his veins. As he advanced, his arrow flew much faster than expected, cutting through the air with precision and force. Heading toward the goblin chief, Richard knew he had to act quickly to ensure victory. The tension increased as the battle intensified, and he was ready to fight, but his armor was impenetrable, causing the weapon to break in two, and it ended up hitting an ally right in the head. He states that the attack was quite powerful, but not enough, and orders everyone to attack since they now had more strength. The soldiers waited for the clash, holding their position. Frightened, they couldn't believe it was possible to win. With fury in their eyes, the wolves wanted to devour everyone, but the barbarians did not give up. They fought bravely, striking all the creatures that dared approach their group. Even so, many men were injured, and the battle seemed increasingly difficult and exhausting. More powerful creatures appeared, increasing the pressure on the soldier fighting for survival. At that moment, they were completely surrounded with no clear way out and desperation taking hold. They didn't want to die, fighting with all their strength to stay alive. And standing, they scream in despair, asking for help and pleading for a miracle that could change the course of the fight. But the enemies were much stronger, attacking with fury and determination, showing no compassion, squeezing their bodies with rage. The creatures seemed unbeatable, increasing the soldiers' fear. Screaming, Gunther called for instructions from the chief, who tried to defeat them with only spears and courage. He stated there was no need to take out all of them, only to find the right target. Looking more closely, he noticed something that could turn the battle in their favor. With a running start, he caused the arrowhead to ignite with fire, impressing everyone around him. She was impressed by this skill, admiring her battle companion, dexterity and bravery. As Richard prepared to attack, he knew this was the decisive moment of the battle. He launched a powerful arrow that struck a mighty troll, causing a great impact and chaos among the enemies. The troll had lost his entire head, and the scene left its allies furious and disoriented. They began to retreat, scared and afraid, realizing that the battle was turning against them. Now Richard could boast about his feat, knowing he had changed the course of the fight. Meanwhile, the soldiers regained their strength to wipe out the rest of the creatures that remained. They kicked the wolves without mercy, showing that they were determined to win the final battle. They would strike back at every attack, determined not to let the enemies overpower them easily until the jackal chief attempted to strike from behind, surprising an unprepared and defenseless soldier. The soldier knew he didn't have enough time to defend himself, but the situation would quickly change, but it wouldn't be necessary because an arrow pierced the wolf's heart, saving the warrior in danger. It was Lord Richard, who was attentive to every movement, always ready to protect his battle companion. He was able to save the warrior, showing that unity and vigilance were essential. Showing that the enemy group's leader was dead, the battle became more favorable for them. His warriors were finishing off the goblins, taking advantage of the edge that the leader's death had given them. Standing at top the carriage, Gunther noticed that observation was becoming easier and clearer. However, the goblin leader still remained, grinding his teeth and showing intense and fierce rage. The battle continued, and everyone knew they had to act quickly to secure final victory over the enemies. While hurling insults at his own allies, calling them a bunch of losers still atop the carriage, the young man asks if that goblin had planned that attack. He realized the creature had no fear of being targeted by other powerful races. They replied that the only race would be the inhabitants of the high mountain fortress located several kilometers to the east. Pleased with the information received, the protagonist saw that his plan had succeeded. Wielding his sword, Harson tried to defend himself, but the boy was determined to end his life. Using his sword, he split his body into two parts. After noticing that the chief had been eliminated, all the others were filled with fear, but it was too late to run, and the hornwoman initiated the next attack. With determination, the soldiers rushed to finish off the remaining goblins. A system notification informed of an update showing that the spearmen had leveled up. The soldiers began to feel something different in their bodies. Thinking it was the pill, they captured two trolls who would be useful for pulling the goods, becoming Marshall's hanging hat. The ally stated that she had found a map on Harson's body. Opening the map, the protagonist liked what he saw. With a determined look, he decided on the next steps. They would march toward the high mountain fortress. Our protag comments that at the troll's pace, it won't take long to reach their destination. So, he decides to check the system. At that moment, he realizes there is a quantity of bonus points to be freely spent. However, apparently the button to access the shop remains locked. Without much thought, he decides to increase his throwing mastery and physical strength using his point. And Yandandi comments that mastery with each individual weapon can be increased, not only with points, but also with real combat. However, attribute points are restricted to talents, something he doesn't have. I'd even related to him at that moment. He gets a little awkward, while reflecting that at this point, he's 10 times stronger than a normal person, basically a bully. The demon girl quickly exclaims to him that they had already arrived at the fortress, and we are presented with a very friendly and beautiful environment full of nature, rivers, and mountains. Everyone decides to take advantage of the moment to take a short break and bathe. However, the hero and the horned girl decide to wait for the others to finish bathing before they go. The other extras return with some prey, apparently rabbits and goats, which makes the protagonist reflect on his ability. The demon girl starts sniffing something on his arm, and this makes her chief ask if she wouldn't like to bathe to get rid of the smell of so many battles. Showing a gentle smile, he says he will make sure no one does anything bad to her, which leaves her quite flattered by such words. Some time passes that afternoon. As mentioned, the horned girl decided to take a bath, apparently taking a good amount of time while relaxing. As night falls later that day, our heroes prepare to invade a cabin governed by kobolds, a type of creature that is half human and half animal. Our adventurer become quite confident upon seeing them, and prepare to attack without much strategy. Already inside the place, we see 2 kobolds cuddling, but the female seems not to be enjoying it much. The product kicks at the door, smashing everything down. This scares the creatures present, who start screaming about the invasion, but there was no one who could help them. All the others were already gone. The dog, entering a panic, starts threatening the adventurers, saying his family is huge and they should leave him alone, but our hero just finds this funny and doesn't take it seriously. Soon after, they capture the creature and hang him upside down in a humiliating pose, but they release him after making him go through that shame. The red-skinned girl yells at the dog to run away, and he does as told, silently, swearing he will take revenge. This invasion was so casually easy that it leaves the side characters puzzled. However, the protagonist didn't care much about that and was focused on the conquest, saying it was a good territory. Talking about the size for storing supplies, the open area for construction, and the watchtowers, it was indeed a great find. As they examine the place, some time passes. Our hero begins giving the order that it's time for them to have a new battle, this time his own territory. While explaining the terrain advantages, it seems his concern was exactly the revenge of the kobold, because they were probably numerous enough to have conquered that place before. One of the allies comment exactly on that, stating that let their leader escape might have been a poor decision. However, his chief retorts, saying they had spent a lot of money earlier buying equipment, and it was time to earn more. He adds that it was easier to take down all the enemy at once than to go searching for them. He tosses a coin into the air and then slams it hard onto the map in front of him. Finishing with a punchline, he declares that it's time to take down all the monsters at once. On another day, during the night, our adventurers are eating peacefully. While doubts about the peace linger in the air, breaking that atmosphere, an extra shouts that his chief was right, while another adds that there are troops stationed nearby, planning a surprise attack. Our little blonde gets excited with this information and immediately stands up, preparing for the attack. Using binoculars, a hero observes some monsters sleeping in the distance while wondering why they shouldn't be sleeping during an attack, adding that those are probably goblins hired by the kobold, and that he's going to take the opportunity to get rid of them, concluding by saying he will take Gunther's team with him, but the rest should stay and guard the base. With a battle cry, he says to make the fight quick and end it now. The goblins were chilling, doing a cosplay of Beach Bum, but with a quick hand movement, a cabin door swings open and the goblin inside barely has time to react before seeing a massive sword coming down at him. All that can be heard is a huge scream and liquid splashes everywhere that couldn't even be called a fight. The green guy were getting crushed. Goblin Slayer would be proud of this scene. In his thoughts, the protagonist reflects that the barbarians were strong but disorganized due to a lack of training. As he watches his allies attacking the village, he burns with satisfaction, adding that his barbarians are now incredible warriors following his guidance because the system had given them more than just an increase in strength. An extra was bragging in the background until a mysterious earthquake seems to affect him. An earthquake followed by an explosion that throws him far away. From underground, a Draco goblin emerges, a massive and powerful kind of goblin, similar to a hog goblin, but larger and with horns. This scared the extras who witnessed the scene, with one of them exclaiming that this opponent has dragon blood. But before he can finish the thought, the monster let out a roar as its war cry to confront them, and from underground, more and more goblins appear. The extras are confused, unable to understand how there were so many goblins there. It's like they didn't read the script. Meanwhile, the chief and his companions start taking the fight more seriously. Batraionic One lets out his scream, calling forth another monster, which he refers to as the giant beast. Another crack opens in the ground. With a massive explosion, another creature emerges, used as a mount by that huge enemy. Those present are left in disbelief at what they're seeing. The mount is a sort of giant armadillo with a very tough shell. The warrior monster threatens them, saying he'll punish them right now, but the horned girl throws something toward the monster, a kind of spear, which is easily deflected by the armadillo's shell, leaving her completely surprised. Wasting no time, the monster charges at her mercilessly. While shouting threats, she prepares to defend herself, but our boy is fast stepping in front of her. Next, he grabs one of the draconic mount's legs with a swift motion strong enough to crack the ground. He slams the monster brutally into the floor like a judo throw. Everyone goes silent for a few seconds as they try to process what they just saw, but the silence is broken by the goblins screaming shock at the scene. The main soldier internally questions what the protagonist's strength limit could be, while the larger monster can't believe what happened. Our boy positions himself above the monster and says that for someone with dragon blood, he seems much more pathetic than he dared claim. This enrages the monster, who immediately grabs his weapon, with a war cry, declaring he will never surrender if the draconian charges at the hero. But his attack is blocked and countered with ease. Richard punches him in the face while grabbing his axe by the blade. He finishes the fight by turning his back in a total badass moment, walking away from the monsters like a Power Ranger. Our hero begins checking the system window while reflecting on what to do next. This window pops up information about his allies leveling up, as well as the experience he himself gained. Then in thought, he says he will use a bonus point to increase the horn girl's strength, while she brings the armadillo tied up in several chains with extra by her side carrying the spoils of battle. In the greatest disrespect to the average worker, one of the barbarians comments that those monsters were too poor and had nothing of value. His boss observes this and comments that apparently they weren't the only ones in a difficult situation. In response, the tallest one questions the blondie about what would be the best course of action regarding the big armadillo, with our hero licking his lips and saying that maybe the animal's meat is good, which leaves the poor creature desperate and denying it. However, the boss finishes by saying that it will now be his mount, as long as it doesn't disobey him, with the woman in the background yelling for them to come back for dinner. The next morning, after a time skip, the boss was testing his brand new mount while checking the system window. Surprise! The system window now showed the shop is open, displaying a spear as a purchasable item. He doesn't think twice and buys the item super excited. The item begins to materialize in his hand, a huge iron spear. Our hero reflects on how the shop works while his companion is impressed by his magic, but there's no time to lose as someone else seems to be present. The tallest one points out that it's a group of jackals robbing someone. Grabbing his binoculars to get better look at what was happening, our adventurer observes that it was an apparently wealthy caravan and that what attracted the furries there. The Horn One already questions whether it's a good idea to intervene with the hero, saying they're not that common, and he adds that it might help him with his own business in the future. Getting excited, the jackals continue the assault while yelling at the merchants. One of the merchants says they're from Voya trading, and that if they're attacked, the wolves will have big trouble on their hands. But the Fairthropes aren't intimidated, saying they're not afraid of something like that, and getting even more excited. The human soldiers surrounding the old merchant try to protect him while yelling for him to flee the scene. However, without noticing, the old man is struck from behind by a brutal sword slash. The poor fellow falls to the ground completely defeated, begging for his life. The big wolf says it's too late for that, as Gnome is coming to save them. Too bad he didn't realize that the plot may delay, but never fails. A spear is thrown at him, hitting him squarely in the chest. He goes flying from the hip with everyone watching in shock. To the surprise of zero people, the one who threw the spear was the protagonist, who had been watching everything from afar. Bravely, his companion declares war, commanding all her allies to charge the enemies. The wolves are surprised by this sudden attack and try to defend themselves. Our hero, full of sarcasm, leans against a tree, saying those opponents were nothing, so he wouldn't even bother moving. We can now see how the barbarians are very well organized, as they steamroll the enemy with a boss, praising this evolution as well as the strength of his companions, because that's exactly what he needed to defeat that crowd. One of the wolves starts to flee when confronted by one of his comrades, but he retorts in shock that this was the group that had defeated kobolds, goblins, and trolls. As he runs for his life, the bandit leader looks at our protagonist with hatred, calling it the supposed noble lord of the desert. After hearing what the runaway said, other furries begin to flee in fear of the area, but they end up getting hit by a precise strike from underground, an attack delivered by the giant armadillo. That armadillo starts crushing and chewing all the enemies. While our adventurer watches, he reflects on how his companions can now handle things on their own. The strongest one comments that he's already taken down the last enemy just as another warrior falls behind him. Some time passes and apparently a priest begins to thank the boy for saving them. Wasting no time, the blondie says that if they want to thank him, they should pay. After all, nothing good comes for free. A mysterious woman hears this from afar and calls him greedy. She was an elf with greenish eyes who soon after called the blondie interesting. Her name is Annie, a very elegant elf with two enormous reasons for us to like her. Looking at one of her allies, she asks if he's okay, which is answered with a firm affirmation. She thanks the protagonist group once again for helping them while bowing to him. The boy praises his companions and says the jackals were no problem at all. Why, the general thinks this is a pretty shameless attitude. Continuing on, the elf says she needs Richard's help. This surprises the boy, as he thought the problem had already been resolved. The beautiful woman adds that they suffered many casualties in that battle and that it would be impossible to carry out trade under these circumstances. She asks if they can stay with them for a while as they recover. Our boy says that would be easy to do with his current base, while the elf says he will be properly compensated. After that, she asks her subordinate to bring something for her. That something was a kind of jade-colored glowing sphere, which makes our adventurer very curious about what it could be. The elf uses a type of magic called Amplify, which causes the sphere to start floating and glowing above them. In the air, the sphere grows much larger, and the elf comments that it is a communication crystal that will be used to call for reinforcement. However, it wouldn't be that easy, as the cavalry would take about 3 days to arrive. Seeing this spell makes the protagonist even more excited, thinking to himself that he hit the jackpot and can't wait to start negotiating. In the end, the boy friendly invites the woman to stay at his fortress, though in his mind, he only cared about the money. The elf adds asking that they be well taken care of. Later that day, now already in the fortress, the elf is taking care of her subordinates who were injured during the battle. She is producing a kind of cyan-colored potion and asks her eye-patch-wearing subordinate to deliver it to the others. This potion greatly catches the protagonist's attention, because it was the legendary healing potion with the system, exclaiming that it was an instant healing potion that could even revive someone with the right dose. The blonde boy is astonished to see something so valuable in front of him, once again thinking to himself that this group was not ordinary. Later that day at nightfall, the merchant is at the top of one of the fortress walls asking her companion how the others are doing. Half the group is either injured or have returned to the lobby, which makes her quite sad. The man with the eye patch adds that they were lucky to have been saved, otherwise he can't even imagine what might have happened. The elf questions him about his opinion of that group and the warrior while remembering the battle, says that he really was a great man because when everything seemed lost, that group arrived and resolved the situation instantly. He finishes by praising the barbarians for their strength and cleverness. The elf one again says they only survived because of the boy, and her companion says they are lucky not to have him as a rival. Richard reflects on the caravan's equipment and how it commands respect. While beside him, his companions are fighting over a war axe. He observes his companions while thinking about having acquired new equipment such as armor given by the caravan, as well as an axe called Fred's battle axe, a system reward. He feels happy for achieving this feat and smiles, but before he can celebrate, the horned girl yells that something is happening. Unconcerned, the boy asks what the commotion is about. She continues shouting, saying that a group of half men, half horses is advancing on them. This catches our protagonist's attention, who looked startled at his companion. With several hoofbeats against the ground, we are introduced to a group that appears to be very well equipped. This is the group of centaurs, apparently led by a warrior with bluish hair and full armor. The centaurs position themselves in front of our group's fortress. This is the Gale clan, and the woman with blue hair is introduced as Heather. Spears are thrown at her at high speed. A storm of spears, like a rain of metal, goes in her direction, but none of them hit. Every spear lands on the ground in front of the centaurs. Heather praises the throw, but shows no fear. She orders her troop to continue advancing, disregarding the previous threat. The protagonist watches this excitedly, impressed that those warriors ignored his threat. He then orders more spear attacks to be launched at their opponents, but just before his spear hits the leader of the centaur, she skillfully deflects the attack, slicing the spear in half and throwing it into the air. She then orders her troops to stop advancing as it is too risky to get closer. Heather grabs a cloth and a stick and then raises a white flag in surrender. Gunther observes this attitude and informs his master, who says he will go meet them. Our hero lowers the gates while telling everyone to stay alert as they don't know the true intentions of the centaurs. He approaches the warrior and asks the reason why she's in that place. Heather says she came in peace while introducing herself to the boy. The boy replies by saying he is the lord of the mountain fortress. The blue-geared woman reacts in surprise, asking if the one before her is Richard, the undefeated champion of the martial arts competitions of the southern province. Our hero becomes excited upon learning that his fame has already spread. The centaur adds that this fame has even reached the Gale clan stationed in the desert. The adventurer shyly says that he doesn't deserve such a reputation, while internally bragging, but there was no time for distractions. Heather quickly presents him with a document on a wooden tablet, saying it is something important. Richard cannot read at all what is written in front of him. However, the blue centaur states that it is an invitation to acquire more soldiers. She claims that this fortress has always been the property of the kobolds and now they are forming an army. Gunther becomes irritated, saying that she already knew about the natives' hatred toward foreigners, but unafraid, the protagonist crushes the tablet while saying that the kobolds will return to try to take the fortress again. The centaur warrior adds that these monsters have shamans and sorcerers at their disposal, so they should not be underestimated. The protagonist interrupts her briefly, asking what her real intentions are. The warrior affirmed that since they were great warriors who had faced many hardships, the centaur would help them. This leaves Richard confused, questioning why the warrior is helping him instead of the native kobolds. Hearing these words, the leader of the Gale clan says she used to belong to the orc people and would never join those natives nor become abandoned. As she recalls that time, we see that they were just farmers living a peaceful life. They were also very formal, even artists with a refined culture. Therefore, she pleads for help so that those days of glory and peace can be restored. In his thoughts, our protagonist says the system is registering this invitation, so those words must be true. While checking the warrior's information, our adventurer comments that they would be good long range shooters. A little later, Richard introduces the Gale clan to his companions, and right after, he starts informing them about the upcoming threat. This news makes the elf anxious. While sitting in an armchair, the chief completes the information about the simultaneous attack of kobolds and jackals against them. Very frightened, a woman asks the hero when this attack will arrive. He begins to reflect on when that moment would be. Hick exclaims that it will be in approximately 10 days. Annie's group becomes quite scared by this while Gunther and the others get excited. Heather informs them that due to the nature of the situation, the native will take about 10 days to organize and distribute supplies. Excited, our boy says that although the enemy is strong, they all have 10 days to prepare, which is more than enough time. He quickly places his map on the table and begins presenting his strategy to defeat the enemy. War horns sound in the wind. The hero shouts for his men to get ready to send them to hell. Then the brat continues claiming that they will annihilate them and finally gives the final order to attack. Richard calmly puts on the helmet of his armor and thinks about how heavy it is. The elf asks the Lord what the battle plan is and what they should do. The noble replies that they should fire 2 rounds of arrows and kill 100 of them and that the rest will flee. Worried, and says that the enemy has between 500 and 600 soldiers, which is 6 times more than their army. The kid replies that he knows that and that she should just follow his orders. Then we see the monster hordes approaching. The general tells a kobold that this time it will be over quickly. Then the chief replies, warning him not to underestimate their leader. While a warrior doubts, we see the hero calmly facing a creature. The commander continues saying that the time his army is mounted and will tear them apart. Then the monster declared that they gave their enemy the chance to live, but they wasted it. Richard appears atop his creature, giving the order to fire. At the same time, the opposing general gives the order to attack. Arrows are shot by the centaur and rain down on the enemies. At that moment, the battle begins. The monsters retaliate by throwing spears, which are deflected by the warriors. The ground suddenly starts to crack and swallows a horned beast. The boy appears riding on wind and shows those monsters what he's capable of. The hero pierces through the enemies with his spear, and his allies are finishing off several opponents. However, enemies surprise the noble who is mounted on wind. The boy tries to defend himself with his spear, but ends up being thrown off wind and thinks to himself that these opponents are indeed powerful. He continues to fight bravely. The brat courageously manages to defeat all monsters. His allies watch the scene, thinking how phenomenal the Lord is and wondering how such strength is possible. Then Cobalt and his general order the shaman to cast a spell. We then see the small sorcerer and his disciples cast a powerful fireball spell. The monster leaders are thinking only about how their enemy is finished. The hero, terrified, wonders if that fireball was created by shamanic magic. His army watches the spell helplessly as the Lord yells for them to be careful. The soldiers burn from the shaman's powerful spell. Then the boy, apprehensive, thinks that this was the first time he got hurt. The boy then concludes that the wizard uses his staff to manipulate the flames. At that moment, Heather and the centaurs arrive to check if Richard is okay. He tells the centaur that she needs to see something and asks if it's possible to shoot the shaman from that location, and she replies that it's no problem. The leader then gathers the centaur archers and orders them to fire, and she confidently yells not to stop. The enemy general, panic, screams that it's raining arrows and to protect the sorcerer. Monsters appear with shield to block the arrows, and then Richard throws his spear and says that surprise is the most important part of an attack. The enemy general says that as long as the shaman is protected, everything will be fine, and he doesn't notice the hero's spear approaching. At that moment, the weapon hits his chest squarely. The beast falls finished on top of the sorcerer, breaking his staff. This causes the fire spell to fall on the monster's own army. The event creates chaos among the enemy horde, annihilating many monsters. At this, the hero can only think that now the enemy are getting a taste of their own medicine. Cobalt then appeared, desperate, looking at his annihilate general. He panics and asks the shaman what he should do now. The wizard then begins to cast a new spell. We then see the Lord saying the battlefield can be cleared now, but he looks on in shock at a movement. Terrified, he witnesses the defeated monsters rising again, and he wonders if that's red fluid magic. The zombie beasts run ferociously toward the noble. He slays them with sword strike. The boy then starts finishing off several undead with the skill of his blade. His allies also begin wiping out the enchanted monsters. Finally, Richard reaches the Cobalt chief and the shaman. At that moment, the beast army's chief says it's all over. The boy, watching them run, removes his helmet and throws it toward the two, knocking them down. Finally, the boy approaches the sorcerer. With a sinister look, he said, he caught her, but the hero didn't expect the shaman to actually be a witch. The boy asks Gunther how Nut is doing. She replies that he is seriously hurt and needs a doctor. The hero then throws the witch to the ground and says she hurt many people and ordered her to save the wounded warrior. The little sorceress says she was forced and that her name is Motor. Richard, disbelieving, asks how she dares to talk back to him and if she wants him to teach her some manners. The witch immediately responds no and that she will heal the soldier. Then she casts a healing spell. At that moment, the warrior begins to recover quickly. The allies watch the scene in disbelief. The wounds are closing and it's incredible. The little witch sits on the ground, exhausted. The soldier then stands up, completely healed. Thoughtfully, the hero understands that the little shaman not only casts spells but can also heal, and that it would be very useful to keep her around. Gunther asks what they should do with the defeated monster. The boy replies that she should call more people to clean the battlefield and to take everyone who's still alive to become slaves. Then we see the boy happily distributing points in his system to his allies, but Gunther asks what they should do with the witch. He replies to take her alone with Cobalt and find out where their hideout is. At night, already in the fortress, the hero is distributing points in his system. At that moment, the centaur enters, stating that there's nothing they can do about the shaman. They tried to threaten and intimidate her, but she says nothing. The boy laughs, saying they're probably using the wrong methods. The scene cut to the little witch threatening to turn everyone into tiny insects. Richard enters the shed, and the little witch claims that his subordinates don't know how to respect a powerful shaman. He then friendly asks her where hideout is. She annoying says that she has a name, and that she is of the Red Dragon lineage. The brat interrupts her with a punch to see if she comes to her senses, leaving the centaur speechless. He then asks the sorceress again where her hideout is. She immediately answers that the hideout is 200 m away in the mountains. The boy also asks how many cords are left in her tribe. She replies that none. All the soldiers have been defeated by him. The boy threatens that if she's not telling the truth, he'll pull out her teeth. The little witch, frightened, replies that it's true and that only a few old folks and weak women with children remained. The boy takes the opportunity to ask what spells a shaman knows. The sorceress responds that there are many types of shamans in the desert and that she controls the fire element. She goes on to say that there are minotaur shamans who control the earth element and can collapse an entire mountain. There are also troll sorcerers who control wood and can manipulate trees to take down their enemies. The boy then says that the desert is much more treacherous than he thought. Then the Lord tells Goshen to call Gunther because they are going to make a plan to attack the lair. The soldiers ask what they should do with those two. Richard replies that they're useless and should be dragged back to the mountain and buried alive. The little sorceress screams, telling him not to do that since she is very useful, and that he can make good use of her. The mocking boy asks how. She claims that she saw two trolls on the way to Goshen Fortress. Then she continues, saying that trolls can be trained to be mages even if they may seem a bit dumb. The little shaman continues saying that she could see those trolls have rare talent and then if she trains them well, she will be able to turn them into powerful sorcerers. 2 days later, we see huge explosions and Richard yelling at the slaves not to slack off. The boy asks Heather how things are going. She replies that everything is going as planned and that the reconstruction of Goshen Fort will begin that afternoon. The centaur explains that to defend against enemies, they must build a firm foundation and reinforce the wall. Proud, the boy thinks that Goshen fortress will now become the strongest in the desert. The boy then asks his ally to investigate the mountain lane the shaman mentioned. She, a bit unmotivated, asks if he really wants her to gather a squad to eliminate the rest of their army. The protagonist replies that it's just to be cautious in case they seek revenge. At that moment, the noble tells Heather that the squad must now be much faster. She comments that in fact, for the past 2 days, she has felt like her feet are glowing and that it's amazing. Richard reminds her that if anything goes wrong, she must return immediately. After the centaurs depart, the boy thinks it's time to check on the witch's training. The scene cuts to trolls breaking trees while the sorceress watches everything and thinks about how dumb the trolls are. Then, the hero arrives and notices that he hasn't seen any progress. Annoyed, she decides to show him what she's capable of by conjuring a small circle of flames. The trolls get scared. One of the trolls, instead of dodging, turns into stone. The boy then asks what that can do. The little witch tells him not to underestimate them. The Lord, impressed, sees that the troll is now invisible and asks about the other one. Explains that the other troll hasn't awakened an ability yet. The boy adds that although invisibility is a bit useless, it can still boost his power. At that moment, Annie appears smiling and excited to see him. He happy says that they are training the trolls and asks if she's back for more business. She says she on her way to the dwarf tribe for work. Richard notices that the wagons are full of coal and asks the elf what all that coal is for. She replies that it is used to trade for gold with the dwarves, but the boy wants to know what they use it for. Annie then responds that it's for smelting iron. He questions in surprise how much ore there is in the desert to require so much coal. She says the dwarves found mines in the lake and got in contact to buy coal, saying the more the better. Suddenly, a messenger bird arrives for Richard. He says it's a warning from the governor of Cologne, demanding that the nobles outside the city return immediately. Abruptly, the centaurs return. The boy is amazed at how fast the centaurs came back and asks if they encountered any resistance. Heather states that there is no threat in the lair. However, on the way back, they found piles of slain dwarves left on the battlefield and there were only the bodies of the dwarves. So, they don't even know what finished them until they see that it was Bear. The centaur, astonished, asks how he knew. The boy replies that he just received a message warning about the bearmen. Annie asks if he's going to return to Colon with him. The hero responds that going back means running away and he orders the centaur to return and get a good rest. Annie, then impressed, asks what his plan is. The boy then says that since she won't be able to do business with the dwarf, why doesn't she supply him with the coal? Sometime later, the war camp. The elf asks if he's forging his own weapons. He replies yes, and that gosh fortress must be well armed to withstand unknown enemies. Then the boy asks Gunther if it's ready. Excited, she replies yes and that everything was done according to the instructions. He then turns to Annie and says he's going to show her his treasure. She along with the little shaman is shocked. The brat then claims that it's something that exists only in his homeland. The scene cuts to a sunset where crows feed on slain flesh. The protagonist then asks Heather if that's where she found the bear men. She simply replies yes. Then, the elf comments on how terrifying the physique of those monsters is. The centaur says those beasts came in great numbers and they only survived because they ran for their lives. The hero then thinks it's a good thing the centaurs had a high level of agility, otherwise they would have been taken down. The boy asked them to look for anything useful that might have been left behind, but everything was taken: gold, coins, and food. Absolutely nothing remained. Annie says that bearmen are greedy and violent creatures and that nothing of value is ever left in such a place. Richard says it can't be said for sure because the notion of value may vary for each individual. He then looks intrigued at a large jar. Excited, the boy calls others to see what this black stuff is. Soy sauce, says the brat. The Lord said, the monsters don't understand the benefits of soy sauce, and the elf asks why he's so excited about it. It's the first time he's found soy sauce in the city of Corin, and it's very delicious when added to food. The hero gets excited and says they could open a restaurant, get the nobles hooked on the flavor, and make money. The elf just thinks about how the boy has such an entrepreneurial mind. The boy states that it's getting late and that they'll spend the night in tents. Then one of his subordinates asks why they'd spend the night there if they only came to investigate the situation. The boy replies that he's right, but that they couldn't leave without finding the enemy. The warrior then asks the Lord to explain what he has in mind. They all says that since the beasts are attacking the dwarves, it would be better to stay away. She says that even so, Rich insists on staying in the middle of the mess, and he asks why the beast started the war. Annie replies that it's because he was eyeing the iron ore, that the boy comments that she's right, and that this mineral is a very important resource. The protagonist explains that in this era of war, the one who has the most resources will hold all the cards, and goes on to say that this wealth belonged neither to the dwarves nor the bearmen, so he could take a share of it. Annie argues back, asking if he's crazy, and the hero replies that if it's so dangerous, why does she follow him? Besides that, the boy states that the strength of the high mountain fortress is not what it used to be. At that moment, reinforcements arrive. The boy states that even his former enemy, the sorceress, is there. Then he asks if she doesn't think his army is better than many legions. Annie responds with a serious expression, asking if he's sure about that. He confidently says that if she joins him, absolutely, and says that if they win, she'll get half of the iron ores, thinking that if the elf joins him, he'll be able to persuade the dwarves. And so, they strike a deal. After that, within the warrior's army, Richard gives a speech saying that this time the fight won't be just for Goshen fortress, but also for themselves. The noble says they'll unleash terror in war between dwarves and bearmen. The troop cheers excitedly as the hero raises his sword, ready for battle. Sometime later at the dwarf's castle, footsteps are heard in the woods. The boy asks for silence because he heard something. Something approaches through the water. Suddenly, rabbit men emerge from the river. Richard orders everyone to duck. The boy then concludes that there will be an attack on the dwarfs castle that night. He says how strange it all is and doesn't understand why rabbit men are there. Annie replies it, because they are allies of the bearmen, and explains that many times strong races hire subordinates to do small jobs and bring them in to help in war. He amazed asks why they didn't mention this before. The little shaman incredulously asks how he didn't know that. She gets a light smack from the brat. The boy then tells Mon to stay low, but just because she's small doesn't mean the enemy can't see her. Meanwhile, the rabbit men are climbing the castle walls and they find the guards relaxed. The reed bunny attack Crewy. Then the dwarves realize that enemy troops are coming through the lake. The dwarf commander shouts for everyone to prepare for battle. At that moment, the fight begins. The dwarf fire arrows that are repelled by the rabbits. The enemy army advances across the river. The dwarf warriors prepare behind the castle walls. Then the rabbit general orders the final attack, but they are surprised by an explosion that throws them into the air. The rabbit commander, terrified, sees Richard from the rear and orders his soldiers to kill them. Another battle begins. The lord easily eliminates the rabbits with his sword. Gunther does the same because, even though the rabbit men are numerous, they're very easy to defeat. Suddenly, a monstrous beast appears. Frightened, the boy wonders if that tremor was an earthquake. At that moment, he turns around and comes face to face with a bear man. The beast charges furiously at the boy. The protagonist manages to block the attack with his sword, but he's thrown several meters away. The boy briefly thinks about how terrifying those monsters are. The bearmen shout for the rabbits to join them, and the two armies unite in a brutal attack. The centaurs retaliate with their arrows. More rabbits arrive via the river. The enemy nears the castle gate. The little shaman then says that apparently she's going to have to handle this and cast a massive fireball that falls on top of the monsters. The troll trained by the sorcerers fights fiercely against the bearmen. His stone skin destroys any sword that tries to strike him, and in a furious attack, he manages to conjure fire. On top of the castle walls, a dwarf asks his chief who those powerful warriors fighting below are. Lob replies he has no idea. Maybe it's the divine army sent from the heavens. Then, a strong dwarf warrior appears, saying he needs a frontal assault team to help the allies, but the chief promptly refuses, arguing it would be better if he led a team to rescue their men and asked to leave the battlefield to them. The scene cuts to the boy fighting the beasts, he says he'll show a bit of what he's capable of. The boy through his sword creates a tornado and launches several monsters into the air. He furiously attacks a bear man who easily defends himself with his chain. At that moment, the system alerts that he can't activate celestial mode. The brat then activates the power and finishes the beast with a single strike. He then thanks the system for its invaluable tip. However, Gunther is struggling to fight a bear beast and the monster with a violent blow throws the warrior to the ground. Her soldier, terrified, cry out for her, throwing axes at the monster. The beast easily dodges the attack, but suddenly the monster is finished with a precise blow to its neck. Then the invisible troll appeared, and the boy has to admit that invisibility is indeed useful. Everyone then runs over, worried about Gunther, but she is fine and thanks the stone-skinned troll. The hero then said that stone skin and invisibility can be added to the team. The girl, excited, says they had another perfect victory. However, Richard with a frightened look turns and sees the monster's body rising again. Motor then says that this is a primary fury spell and that they are minotaurs from the Crescent tribe. The scene cuts to the south of Pompeii, where the Minotaurs are. They are wild and warlike by nature, relying on the primary fury spell of the Minotaur shaman. The horned beasts are invincible in battle. The fierce and tyrannic Minotaurs are known as the tribe of the roof of the red liquid. The scene returns to the battlefield where the zombie monsters have come back to life. Richard asks the little witch where the Minotaurs are. She replies that it seems the primary fury spell is being cast remotely. The boy responds that that's all, there's nothing to fear. Because these zombies are no match for Gunther and the other warriors. The soldiers are easily eliminating the zombie army. The Lord says there's no reason for that because since they helped the dwarves, they can now access the iron ore from the lake. Then the noble says it's time for them to meet their new friends, but Lavi asks them to stop and asks what they came looking for. The boy introduces himself and introduces in, stating that they are there to reinforce the defense against the monsters. Then the dwarf chief recognizes and asks for the gate to be opened immediately. He apologizes for his rudeness and invites everyone inside. The elf then introduces Richard again and thinks to herself that Lav is really an idiot to treat a lord that way. Then the dwarf chief thanks the forge god for their survival and invite and into the chamber. At that moment, the brat thinks that instead of thanking the gods, the chief should be thanking him. The short one says he wasn't expecting her and the elf replies that she came as soon as she heard about the invasion. The dwarf replies that they couldn't have held on much longer. Unable to hold back, the boy lets out a small laugh. Seeing this, the chief glares furiously and asks what he's laughing about. Then the boy replies not to take it the wrong way and that he wasn't laughing at him. Annie then tries to calm things down and tells the dwarf that Richard is there to help him. Lobby then replies that he must have many abilities. The boy responds that unfortunately he has none. Surprised, the short one asks how he's a famous warrior. Then the boy replies that it's due to merit and tells him to stop joking. The says the danger hasn't been eliminated and asks what Lavi intends to do. Then the dwarf chief comments that he's afraid but will first get a good night's sleep and think about it tomorrow. At that moment, the boy asks where they will stay. Impatient, the bearded one says there are many empty stone houses and they can use any of them. As they leave, the elf tells Richard that Lavi is very rude and hopes he didn't take it personally. Then, the boy tells her not to worry that he's not as petty as the dwarf. Annie says he wasn't like that before the war. The boy comments that he's not fit to be a chief. The girl tells him not to be so harsh on the bearded one since not everyone is fearless in war. The protagonist replies that everyone can fear war, but you only win if your enemy fears you more. He says good night to the elf. The scene cuts to some injured dwarf warriors. One of them says to stay quiet because they don't want to wake the barbarians and trolls inside. Then, the hero asks Heather if she's still awake. She sleepily replies that the room is too small and that she'll sleep outside, but she hears a strong tremor. At that moment, the boy gets up saying the house won't last much longer while thinking that this isn't an earthquake. The sentries report that the bearmen and minotaurs are approaching. At the same time, the dwarves are amazed at how fast the boy's troops got ready for battle. The protagonist then looked ironically at the dwarf chief, amazed that he actually came. Furious, Lob says he's prepared to fight to the death. The Lord then asks how he plans to deal with the Minotaurs. The general says that the Minotaurs are impulsive and that they will be lured inside, then separated and finished off one by one. Besides that, they are tall and unless they crash down, it's difficult for the Minotaurs to hit the dwarves. Sandak asks the boy to keep his troops in reserve and says the dwarves will try to handle it. Meanwhile, Heather and Gunther joke around and the boy watches everything with irony. Some dwarves comment among themselves that if the Minotaurs enter the city, everyone will be dead. The general then tells them to be quiet and focus. Gunther and Richard observe the enemies and joke about the possibility of selling them to the Colosseum and making good money. The two laugh the joke while the dwarves watch them, thinking they must be crazy. Lob asks the Lord if he still has those fireballs, but they all ran out in the first wave of attacks. Then the chief asks his general how many bows are left, and he responds that only 6 remain. Frightened, the bearded man says that should all be fired at the Minotaurs. On the battlefield, the bearmen decimate the dwarf army, so do the Minotaurs. Lobby then orders the arrows to be fired. A rain of them is launched and some enemies are brought down. However, the monster army remains enraged. Gunther observes with the boy that the dwarves won't hold out for much longer. The boy asks where Em is and Gunther replies that she had just been caught trying to escape. She then appears being carried by 2 soldiers. Richard, irritated, asks how she dares try to escape while the enemy is attacking. The witch says the dwarves are no match for this and so she got scared. The noble argues that she can cast the red liquid spell and there would be no reason for her to be afraid. At that moment, the dwarf chief gets excited upon hearing about the red liquid spell and asks for it to be used. The boy then tells Mo that he will remember her cowardice. Then the hero orders the little one to cast the red liquid spell on the furious Minotaurs. Incredulous, the witch asks if the boy is going crazy. He simply tells her to follow his orders. The shaman then casts the red liquid spell on the Minotaurs. The dwarf chief, worried, asks if the spell won't increase the monster's fury and says the boy is completely mad, but the noble keeps ordering the witch to cast the spell. The more she casts it, the more furious the Minotaurs become. This fact throws the dwarf army into panic. Little Motor, terrified, says the situation is out of control. The boy calmly asks her to calm down, open her eyes, and just watch. It's then explained that the larger the creature, the faster its heartbeat. The spell of primal fury and the red liquid increased the strength of the Minotaurs, but also sped up their heartbeats until the beast's hearts passed their limits. Gunther watches all of this in disbelief. Lavi asks how all of that is possible, and he asks the Lord what is going on. With a smile on his face, the boy replies that everything has its laws, and even Minotaurs have their limits. And the boy continued, explaining that the spells turned them into very strong creatures, but their hearts couldn't keep up. Excited, the dwarf concludes that the accumulation of spells cause a heart attack in the monsters. The boy replies that that's exactly what happened and that it was their own bodies that defeated them. Everyone is amazed at the boy's wisdom. Richard Proud says that the final stage of strength is vulnerability. Excited, the little shaman tells the boy that it was she who cast the spells. Then he looks at her and says that she thinks of herself as an experienced shaman. However, experience means nothing when one flees from stronger enemies and only takes the credit when victory is achieved. He finishes by saying that experience is stuck at the low level of primitive tribes and that is useless, and he comments that he prefers to find someone with less experience but more reliability. At that moment, they enter the battlefield with the bodies of the Minotaurs. The boy thinks it's a shame, because they could have been sold to the Colosseum, and he reflects that the monsters will stay quiet for a few days after this defeat. However, after this calm, there will be a storm and the dwarves' castle will need to be stronger. The boy asks Lobby if the bows and arrows are forged with iron or from the lake. The chief quickly replies yes. The noble thinks that now he should focus on helping the dwarves get through these hard times. Then the boy tells the dwarf that he must forge more bows and arrows, and that they will be very useful from now on. Showing concern, the dwarf chief says that the arrows are not the problem, but the bows. The bearded man tells the hero that he is going to show him something. Then the protagonist, along with Robbie, discusses how short Arbor is. The bearded man finds amusing because he never imagined that one day human would visit that place. Since the blonde was there, the guard decides to show him the bed of the beast that he and his men were building. That a huge iron bed is revealed to Richard. Surprised, the Lord asks if it was the man who had made that immense bed. Serious, the bearded man replies that yes, but there were several bronze stereotypes and he had copied some. Curious, the boy asked the older man what the range was. Confident, the blue-eyed man says he can hit the enemy with a constant range of 700 or even 800 steps. Entertained by all of it, Richard shows a pair of binoculars and says that if the man used that as a sight, he could aim much farther. The lore continues explaining that the 3 fire strings of the beast are aimed at only one point at long range and that hardly anyone would withstand that. Worry, the man with the big beard says that yes, in fact, the beast does not lack range, but he explains that what worries him at the moment of the strings. Richard looks at him confused, not knowing what he is talking about. The Lord, focused on his thoughts, says that it was no surprise the dwarves did not use that type of steel beast in a life or death battle experienced in that kind of subject. The older man explains the rare sandals to his lord and adds that after drying and dehydrating them, it was possible to make long-lasting bow strings. Helpful, the boy says that it really was difficult to find the famous Manhwa blood strings, but completely changing the course of the conversation they were having. Richard asks if Robbie has any gold coins saved with him. With a confused look about the protagonist recent question, Robbie denies having any coins with him. Then the older man asks if his lord has Manhwa bloodstring to sell. Smiling, the blonde apologizes and says, no, he doesn't have any bloodstrings to sell. The guard of the look of boredom says to himself that no, he wasn't a bastard. Concerned, Richard confirms that he knows the centaur's bow strings are made from Komodo dragon tendons and then explains that if they twisted the bow strings into a single rope, it could temporarily replace the Manhwa blood strings. He then continued, saying that his pockets are completely empty and he couldn't help much. The guard then thought it was a great idea to use dragon tendons instead of blood strings. Approaching, Robbie tells Richard not to worry about gold coin, because the dwarf's fortress have bought many hides and iron ore. Surprised, the boy tells Robbie to quickly take out all the gold coins and grab as many as he has. One of the guards asks Chief Sat why the sudden need for gold coins. San then explains to his subordinate that the patriarch had said it was to buy strings for Lord Richard's steel beast, continuing to say that Pompeii is not that simple and that he was not there just to help them, that he had his own purpose. Sen's companion, the guard, agrees and clearly says they shouldn't allow themselves to be deceived. With a cold look, his superior looks seriously back. He says that indeed he had helped them and that the shadow of failure was not far off. One of the men then argued that Richard was the last hope to win the war. Sens firmly that there was no one stronger than his lord in the entire tribe. Looking around, he realizes that most of the men agree with him. The men then head toward all the preparation for the great moment. Robbie, anxious about all of it, tells Richard that if a large number of enemies attack, the sequences won't last long. Incredulous as king, asks if he was afraid of losing. No longer able to contain all of his frustration, the bearded man says that he is not afraid, but the truth is that the war had already been going on for half a month, and that half of Dwarf Fortress was dead or wounded. With a carefree expression, the blonde confesses that there is a smarter way to fight this battle, but first, he asks himself if the cause of this war is the iron ore that Robbie guarded so closely. Continuing his explanation, he says that they could first evacuate and then leave Bay of Lake to be taken so the other tribes could fight among themselves for vitality until it dies out. Astonished, the older man says that there's no way he could rent out Bay of Lake. Intrigued by the older man's reaction, Richard asks why. Nervous, Robbie says that in truth, they weren't just guarding iron ore. He is instantly left speechless by the news, and he immediately wonders if there were other secrets being kept. The men gathered in the kingdom's hall discussed that this was the most important secret of Dwarf Fortress. One of the men firmly says that the revelation should be restricted to anyone not from the tribe. Sen then contradicts him, saying that this secret might be important to others as well. With an unfriendly look, one of the men says that the Lord of Pompeii is not as pure as he imagines and that he must have a purpose behind all of this. Another guard thinks for a moment and exclaims that he believes Reynolds might be right and that Richard could be in the city to buy the iron. Empire. One of the slightly slandered-eyed men stands and slams his hand hard on the table. He then begins to say that, if it weren't for the Lord's help, Dwarf Fortress would have been invaded by the Minotaurs. The men then agree with their companion's statement, but one of them contradicts him, saying their rescue is not the same as telling him a secret. Robbie then steps forward, saying that there might be the possibility of failure until the war is over. He said their people cannot withstand the invading forces and that he is willing to place his last hopes in Richard. Thus, the men in the meeting, somewhere near the river, two enormous monsters are screaming relentlessly. The word rustling shouted loudly, their eyes full of fury. Right behind the great green monster, the Lord appears and says that was all nonsense, that after so much training in the end they used a useless spell. The great green then smiled casually at Richard. Miss Alphen appeared to calm her lore, saying it is the randomness that awakens him. Another girl who was present says they didn't think the stone skin technique was useless. The blonde goes to the little girl and tells her that the magic squad must have spells and that she also trained very well. At last, the Lord and his men head to the desired location, a place where there were enormous men wrapped in chains, and they realize that the huge chained man was actually the ancient Titan, saying more to themselves that the dwarves were not simple and that they use iron ore to keep that secret. Perplexed, the Lord is surprised that the Titan can still feel their presence. Exhausted, the men leave the lake. Paralyzed, the boy exclaimed that at first he thought it was a gold mine and didn't expect to find a Titan. One of the men goes to Richard to say that they accidentally found a crack in the mountain and unexpectedly there was a Titan hidden inside. Curious, the Lord then asks the man why their people were desperately guarding that Titan. The guard then explains that that Titan was not an ordinary Titan, that it was the ancestor of the dwarves of his people. With pure irony, the light-haired one asked how that was possible. How could a giant have such a short descendant like him? Incredulous, the man argues that the Lord had just seen the Titan's eye glowing seconds ago. The Lord simply says that the glow disappeared again. Decisively, the bearded man tells his Lord that he could see it again, for the Titan's soul power shines when it senses dwarven blood. He adds that the Titan was nothing less than a god to them. The guard then begins to tell the story of the Titans in full detail. He says their presence was a symbol of power during the Nordical period and that with their creation magic they were the sole ruler of all the land. However, no creature escapes the fate of life and death in the alternate history, and those who fight to survive are incomplete decline. They ended up disappearing from the land on the wide table. Richard, helpful upon hearing the whole story, starts to ask why the older man had not fooled with the Titan. After all, it wouldn't be hard for him to cross the mountain. The thoughtful man says it not as simple as he imagines. Then he explains that the iron ore can emit a special magnetic field and restrict the ancestral soul's power in the eyeball. If the Lord left, the soul's power will be severed instantly. Frightened by all that information, the Lord is left speechless. He thinks there's no way to prove that the ore could really block the Titan's soul. Robbie says it's not that he can't prove it, it's just that the Titan's red light was stronger at the beginning. As they mined the ore, the beams began to diminish. So, recently, they banned the Trib's men from mining iron ore. Incredulous, Richard asks if that was it, and they were keeping the Titans until death. The bearded man denies it and says the Titan's soul power can manifest even without being nearby when the moon is full, and he adds that the power becomes even stronger during the full moon, to the point that they believe the full moon night can inspire the Titan's power. Robbie continues explaining to his Lord that there are also books saying this kind of power can even be inherited. Richard, intrigued, asks if his subordinate wants to inherit that power. With a sad look, the big bearded man replies that they tried countless times. Sen goes to the Lord and Rob with information. He calculated with the elder Reynold that the next night will be when the moon is at its roundest end. The Titan's power could be inherited through magic. With a sarcastic smile, the blonde says that it's no wonder that dwarves want so badly to stay at Bay Lake. Then he asks the bearded man why he is saying that. He asks if he's not afraid that he might be moved by the soul's power. With a calm expression, he replies that the soul's power is the last glory of the Titans compared to falling into his lord's hands. Then he adds that he fears no one will inherit it and that it will remain locked away in a place where not even the sun can be seen. The Lord reassures him, saying that he, as a human being, is not looking for trouble. Sak completely disagrees with the light-haired one, because he knows that if he has a strong physique, he could succeed. Richard suggests that his friend return so that others don't find their absence strange. Robbie then makes one last request to the Lord to keep it a secret, even from Miss N. The blonde then gives a friendly smile, reassuring him, saying he won't tell anyone, not even Miss Av. Worried, the horn lady asked where her lord was and why his body was all wet. The Lord simply replies, telling her not to worry and to fetch a towel for her lord, making no effort to hide his concern for the dwarves, hoping they are safe. Then a girl, half horse and half human, arrives with not so good news, the warning that enemy troops are coming to kill them. There are between 4,000 to 5,000 of them. Still processing what he had just heard, the Lord adds that he fears there will be a great battle tomorrow. The next day, the castle men prepare for the great battle. A huge monster with the appearance of a lion emerges with great fury and thirst, suspicious that even before sunset, they'll have to conquer the dwarfs' fortress. Richard sees that his old brother is discouraged and goes to him to lift his spirits. The great monsters charge mercilessly with their war gear. Everyone in the castle recognizes that it's time for the great battle. All begin to scream endlessly to kill and kill, all following their great master lord, who shortly after rips off the great bear's arm with just one blow from his enormous and sharp sword. Then the blonde goes to fight the great lion-like monster. That same one says he relentlessly wants the lord's life, but the protagonist confidently says that that life belonged only to him. The blonde then calls for Gunther to shoot arrows to cover the retreat to the dwarf's fortress. Voices echo loudly, saying that someone is hurting them and begging already without strength for help. Robbie goes to send and calls out desperately for the unconscious man. Behind the man appears the blonde boy with a furious look on his face and asks how he can cry at a time like that. Face with the chief. Richard says he must take responsibility with the name given to him by the chief and gathered his soldiers to fight against the waning Moon tribe. Frightened, the man says he is going right at that moment. The blonde then turns and goes to Sak, telling him to rest in peace. The Lord companion, distressed, asks what the current situation is. The boy then explains that the waning Moon tribe is beginning to attack the city, and he asks the girl if her elf ears can hear a massacre coming from outside. Right after, a green monster shouts petrification. Desperate guards plead for those beings of all kinds to wait, but those monsters don't listen and charge at the guards. One of those beings suggests that the guards should run because the Mu tribe is there. A little girl on the shoulder of a monstrous being says that this is bad because the enemy was now inside the castle. Miss Elf then asks how this happened so quickly. Richard, outraged by all of it, asks the monstrous guard why he didn't attack them with fireballs. On top of the castle, guard were saying to each other that fireball wouldn't work because it was raining heavily, and they wonder where Gunther and Hunter were. Soon after, a massive fireball is hurled into the castle. Gunther comments that it's nonsense. Behind the horn girl, the blonde asks if she's okay. She says yes, she's fine, but that the artist Anyakin couldn't prevent the city from being attacked. Already impatient with everything, the blonde asks Lobby how many men he still has for the great fight. The bearded man tells the blue-eyed boy that he has about 100 people. Confident, the protagonist thinks and exclaims that it could mean each one would have to fight 10 of them. Richard, determined, says that his group should break their formation first and then attack all at once. Then the fight begins, plunging everything into complete chaos. The Lord, confident, says they deserve to see his strength just once. The blonde shouts loudly for his team to use all the magic they can. They continue this great battle with blood in their eyes. Richard finally drives his sword through the massive bear, finishing it off with great ease. The monsters of various types in the enemy team look at each other astonished at what they just saw, unable to believe that now in the middle of that great battle, their master lay dead, and because of that, they begin to scatter and run endlessly. But that didn't stop many of Richard's men from being seriously wounded as well. Rob goes to Richard saying that later that night, there would be the great ceremony for the power of the Titans. Already at the ceremony, the two stand before the moon, hoping to gain the long-awaited power of the Titans. The dwarves then prepare for the grand and highly anticipated ceremony. The Lord starts to find it funny because the ritual looked like they were swatting flies. The little girl beside the Lord just said, all seem useless. She adds that it's impossible to inherit all the powers, at most only half. The Lord simply nods and agrees with the girl's opinion. Intensifying more and more, the ritual begins to use the blood connection to summon the great Titan. The great Lord begins to think that this might be a bit dangerous. After all, the soul sword quality carried by the Titans wasn't so simple to squeeze into a dwarf's body. If the dwarves can't withstand it, the entire body could explode with force. The Lord then says he's glad he didn't inject it into himself. The men begin to grow distressed because the Titan doesn't respond to them, and they plead for the Titan to have mercy on them and their future generations. Robbie then decides to ask his lord for help, but Richard says it would be useless. But Richard decides to go to the fire center and starts to perform a movement he believes will work, and at that very moment, the great Titan awakens from a deep sleep. The protagonist then wonders if he might actually be a dwarf after all. Desperate with what he sees, he shouts for everyone to run because he thinks the Titan could explode at any moment. But in the end, only a small animal appears. The men begin to shout at the animal, thinking it might be an ancestor to make it stay right there so it doesn't fall, until the Lord grabs and holds the animal in his arms and start to analyze it. But the animal, already impatient, unleashes a blue power on the blonde and his men. Richard then pauses and says with a smile from ear to ear that wasn't bad at all, because apparently the little creature had inherited the Titan's thunder spell, until one of the men completely shifted his attention from the animal and looked at the enormous Titan which was slowly breaking apart over the lake. With tears in her eyes, they realized the Titan had fulfilled its mission on Earth. After all, dust returns to dust and dirt to the ground. The Lord then notices the little creature's gaze upon the Titan, which was slowly crumbling, and shortly after, he says he will give it a name, Hukishu. The protagonist was finally on his way to his alpine fortress, but his subordinate didn't understand why. After all, he hadn't yet agreed to the term of cooperation. Calmly, he just tells her not to worry. After all, she wouldn't be left without her share. Annie, suspicious of all the recent events, asks her lord if he and the dwarves were hiding some secret from her. Awkward and unsure where to look, the blonde is left speechless until behind the man, a little creature now called Kishu appears, which instantly surprises Annie in a pleasant way. The king then, with a sparkle in his eyes, explains that it was the dwarves' idea to keep him nearby until he grew up. A few days later, Richard and Annie's group returned safely to the Alpine fortress. Then the elf-bearded girl went with the merchants and promised to bring people as quickly as possible in order to establish trade ties. While Annie was away, Richard waited for Chief Justice Soren. Richard greets the chief in the most casual way possible. The man then starts saying that from where he comes from, Richard's name has been mentioned frequently. More formally, the blonde asks if that gentleman was just passing through or had come directly to him. The man then replies that it was a special trip for the Lord. Surprised, the Lord ends by saying that he had no interest in men. The mustached man simply asks him to stay quiet because he also has no interest in men, and he asks why they don't go inside to talk about the precious ingredients he brought for dinner. The Lord just nods in agreement with the idea. During dinner, Richard jokes that in the end, the special ingredient was a tenyaki squid. Kishu then appears and jumps onto the boy's lap, already attached to the animal. He asks what it's doing there at that hour. The cute animal then shows the blonde a small chest and gives it to the boy to eat, and he does. Noticing the creature's presence, the bearded man can't hide how charmed he is by it, but soon after says there were some elemental fluctuations and asks if it might be a magical beast. The Lord responds to boredom that it's just a Titan survivor. The bearded man then completely changes the subject and thanks the Lord for not making his life so peaceful. He asks the Lord if he knew that there used to be two major factions in Pompeii over the years. Curious, he asks about those two great factions. Then he talks about one faction that favored the Church of the Holy Light and hoped Pompey would be accepted into the Daces, whereas the other faction was linked to the goddess of ice and didn't have much to do with the church. He goes on to say that the Church of the Holy Light is the dominant power in the human world. However, Pompey is the strongest country in the human domain. The goddess of ice and snow is the object of faith. Relaxed, the blonde then asks if he and his brother Wonger were on opposite sides of the fence, but the older man reassures him, saying he doesn't believe in gods, because after all, he's a maid. Richard says that in truth, he also doesn't believe in gods. After all, there's no evidence that the true God ever descended into this world. The older man concludes by saying that he just wants to protect rare species like the Lord. Coming to a conclusion, the Lord asks if he wants him to side with the neutrals. However, he affirms that there is indeed that possibility. Disturbed, the Lord tells him to get that idea out of his head. After all, when disputes arose, the neutrals went to both sides. Firm in his ideas, the mage suggests that someday he should choose the Holy Light Society. Intrigued, the light-haired one asks why. The man then begins to show 3 types of gold coins from Pompeii, all different, and explains all the functions of those 3 gold coins, reaching the point that Pompeii can easily adjust the ratio to a number that's easy to calculate. He adds that in Pompeii, ice and snow disasters often occur in the winter. A group of knights approaches a building while a man asks if someone is leaving. The young man smiles and says he finds the other person very spontaneous while a friend seems surprised. Confident, the old man mentions that he heard about someone's progress and came to visit him. He explains that the situation is a privilege but shouldn't be a reason for jealousy as there is more to explore. Curious, the young man asks if that person regrets not having done his job from the beginning. Mounting his horse to leave, he explains that he's allergic to something, but that his migraine is much more serious and concerning. The scene shows a peaceful environment with a flowing river and nature all around, transmitting calm. Relaxed in a chair, with a cat on his lap, the young man enjoys a moment of tranquility. A girl with cat ears runs toward the chief, announcing that Annie has returned, bringing joy to the group. The elf observes something with surprise while a man relaxes, seeming unconcerned and oblivious to the situation. Gazing at the Gaussian fortress, she is amazed by its imposing structure and the beauty around it. She reports that many things have been changed by Richard since her departure. Lowering his dark glasses, the young man informs her that General and I use fertilization spells to grow wildflowers. The girl notices that there were many dwarves in the area. Shouting, she declares that she knew he and the dwarves had some kind of secret deal. Ignoring the girl, he informs her that it had been decided after she left. Furious, she wants to know who made the decision, but the young man doesn't seem to care and continues resting and enjoying the view. He looks at an animal by his side, blushing. He says he has a soft heart and that after the battle, many tribes were wiped out. Wiping his tears, he says that the dwarves took the initiative to come to the Gaussian fortress and he couldn't refuse them. Pointing to something, the hero says was all Motor's idea, suggesting that girls should be accepted as maids. Hearing everything, the cat-ear girl was shocked, surprised by the intensity of the situation. They all said everything was fine and that she needed to share something important with everyone present. She introduced Lady Buckland, a very famous naturalist known for her incredible research and discoveries. Removing her hood, she wished Lord Richard a good day, showing respect and cordiality in her approach. Looking more closely, he realized she was a tiger woman, impressive and elegant. She came from the famous White Tiger clan and specialized in art rather than combat. She bowed respectfully, saying the man could call her Sugar Tiger with a smile. Her presence exuded confidence and creativity, promising to bring a new perspective to their situation. Enchanted, he said it was a great pleasure to meet her. Admiring her presence and unique aura, the woman expressed that she wanted to conduct some research at the Gaussian fortress, seeking knowledge, inspiration. That wouldn't be a problem for the protagonist, who is willing to help and support her intentions. At the gate, the warriors inform the chief that they are about to depart. Lord Richard expresses hope that more barbarians will return, believing that the more the better. The situation will be, waving the horn. Woman and the warriors leave. Soon after, he asks for help finding good combat books, showing interest in improving his fighting skills. Annie warns that he shouldn't get too excited, because the best things can't be bought with money. A bald man with a long beard calls out to the young man. Startled, the Lord advises irony to rest, emphasizing that he shouldn't push himself too hard and get exhausted. A proud man points to the new forge, announcing that the blacksmiths are ready to test it. The two men admire the forge, celebrating that the military industry of the Goshen fortress is finally progressing. A large piece of armor is displayed while a woman signals that it was incredible. She adds that she had only been gone for a few days and was shocked by the amount of equipment. Lord Richard returns to see how everything is going, assessing the situation carefully. Looking at the armor, the girl curiously asks how it could be used effectively in combat. About to explain, the young man showed that it was built by Lovey and that a button must be pressed. The armor begins to make strange noises, drawing everyone's attention. It opened, revealing how amazing the fast arming technology was, surprising everyone. The young man is already inside the armor, feeling the power and protection it offers. Meanwhile, the bald man says was a Titan armor, impressing everyone with its magnitude. Instantly, the woman looks at the dwarf, seeking an explanation for the unexpected situation. Meanwhile, the Lord is stuck inside the suit, unable to get out and feeling frustrated. The girl laughs, asking if it wasn't supposed to be fast arming, amused by the hero's embarrassing situation, and the man warns that it wasn't so fast to disarm. A character appears at the door to announce that some lizardmen wanted to see the Lord. Immediately, he asked for a telescope to get better view of what was going on. From above, he couldn't see very well because they were small and far away. With the telescope, he saw the lizardman coming toward the fortress, curiously carrying their belongings. The attendant informs that they wanted to visit the protagonist, bringing an important message that could not be ignored. Excited, the horned girl asks if she should capture and interrogate them until someone realizes they were preparing to go to Pomple. Intrigued by the information, the young man asks why they were heading there. Mrs. Buckland informs him that His Majesty's sagas began recruiting powerful beings years ago, so it was normal for them to go there. The youth underestimated the lizard men, but the elf pointed out that they were excellent dragon donors. At that very moment, the young man was shocked to hear about dragons, but the girl clarified that they weren't real dragons, but another kind of beast called skillers. Annoyed, the man argued with the girl for not mentioning this information earlier since it was important. Mrs. Buckland says that skillers are very special, possessing unique ability that set them apart from others. She explains that a lizard man is born at the same time as a stepchurus, sharing an ancestral connection. That's why the term dragon tamer wasn't accurate, as they were blood relatives bound by history. These beasts were a byproduct of the scaled one's reproduction since they were born fertile. But interest in the topic, the Lord wanted to know the size of a stepchurus. The tiger woman thinks and says they were a little smaller than her iron armadillo with feet like horse hooves and skilled in fighting. Angrily, the man crushes the telescope he was holding and orders that those lizard men be invited to stay at the fortress for the entire night. Interested, the woman asks what his plan was, seeking to understand his intentions and goals in the situation. But Yoli wanted to keep them at Goshen Fortress to ensure safety and protection for everyone present, and she countered by asking why those lizards would choose him with an uncertain future instead of a king. The creatures agree to stay, holding the Lord's hands. He orders the captain to bring the rest of their clan, so they could begin discussing other matters. Ladybug is shocked to hear that they would be calling him your lordship. She was extremely surprised that the man had managed to bring them to the fortress. Confident, he said he never failed in his plans and revealed that he had a kind of magic potion capable of increasing the strength of the lizards who were interested in staying, but one harshly judged the excuse he used, questioning his sincerity and motivations regarding the situation. Sitting at the table, the young man played cards with the orcs, having fun and trying to fit into the group when suddenly he noticed a strange noise interrupting the game and immediately drawing his attention, and the table began to move forcefully. Realizing they were there, the 5 characters watch the troop arriving from afar. The creature becomes somewhat afraid and seeks shelter in Lord Richard's garments. Hitter states that they were very heavy and wouldn't be able to deal with long-range shooters. Observing through his binoculars, the young man said they were heavy cavalry by nature. The lizard men came mounted on the steps. Annie says it's a shame. The scalers are very weak since they could be replaced by more powerful knights. Lord Richard knew that it was easy to find replacements, but the trust between them depended on a bloodline connection. The Tiger Woman says that nature gave them power while simultaneously enslaving them. She reports that when scalers are born, the weak may not survive, which made reproduction difficult. The lizard man introduces himself as Abu, the leader of the scalers, with an imposing posture. Extremely happy, the young man asks what he thought of the place, anxious for his opinion. He looks him up and down with a serious gaze, assessing the situation and environment, and responds that it was very prosperous, praising the fortress of qualities and its opportunities for all. Meanwhile, the man states that he would give them the magical potion he had promised. Eating a piece of giant meat, he says that the steps were also recognized by the system. Looking at the screen, he sees that the magical potion had worked for both. The Catwoman says that Annie had said he was looking for combat book. With his mouth full of food, he asks if she had any. Calmly closing her eye, she responds negatively and suggests he learned the sacred prayer, which by combining the power of the mind with the physical body can stimulate incredible power. But he wasn't interested in old and outdated things, always seeking the new and innovative. The elf notes that the prayer was indeed somewhat discredited, reflecting the distrust around the situation. Holding her cup, the woman says that nowadays people blindly worship the old or completely devalue it. Looking at him, she asks how much strength he had in a single punch, but the boy wasn't sure, hesitated about his abilities and what he could really achieve. He begins to test his skills, seeking to better understand his potential and limits in combat. Throwing a punch in the air, he concentrates, trying to channel his strength and determination into every movement. Blowing out a candle, he says his strength is 2 tons, impressing everyone with his confidence. Trying to spark the boy's interest, the woman asks if he knew what prayer could do for him. Smiling, he asks the lady to just say it once and for all, eager for her word. She begins by saying that prayer could increase his strength, revealing a powerful and ancient secret based on super proportion. She explains how it could transform his skills and potential in combat. The boy understands that the strong get stronger and the weak get weaker. She continues by saying that the holy prayer, once cultivated to a certain level, dramatically improves magic resistance. Handing something over, she says that when she was young, she achieved the first level of the sacred prayer while traveling. The paper is passed her hand to hand, generate curiosity among everyone in the room. He opens it and begins to read what was written on it, absorbing every word attentively. It spoke of a swordsman with dual training in magic and combat, named Anaro. The sacred prayer was highly valuable as it did not depend on the elements common to it in times when cultivating magic was difficult. Nero cultivated so much magic that he became a respected magical tutor to all who sought knowledge. The boy didn't believe that old story, finding it hard to accept the truth of such accounts. Drinking her cocktail, the Catwoman said that the responsibility of copying the losses should fall to future generations. Looking at those notes, he thought to himself. The woman offered to take on the role of internal officer of Goshen Fortress, and the boy said that wasn't a problem because the management of the fortress's internal affairs hadn't started yet and needed a talent like Lady Buckland, who celebrated her new position. Amazed, she said the fortress was a place full of development and vitality. She liked that place very much, showing intense admiration. In his room, the Lord continued reading the scroll, discovering that the holy prayer had 5 stages that ranged from low to high, starting with sunlight, starlight, moonlight, obsidian, and apocalypse. The sunlight stage could be used for half an hour each day to increase strength by half. Reflecting, he concluded that one upgraded, both duration and effect would double. Throwing the paper aside, he decided it was something he needed to try. Happy with his discovery, he exclaimed that he was a genius and that this was how the path to the sacred prayer took at least a month for normal people. He knew that if he could transform the warm flow into luminous power, he would officially enter the sunlight stage. Determined, he decided to put the plan into action that same night, but he was very tired and gave up on the idea, just checking the system in search of answers. He noticed something strange with his blue eyes, realizing that something wasn't right with the interface and was shocked by what he saw, feeling a wave of concern as he noticed the changes. The system had already been updated, bringing new information that could impact his future decisions. He wanted to try assigning points to the sacred prayer, not knowing if it was a good idea. He had a total of 57 points saved, a number that seemed insufficient for his ambitions. Even without missing a training session, his points increased slowly, frustrating his determination. He shouts that he's going crazy, deciding to test this crazy idea that came to mind. The hero prepares for an update, eager for changes that could boost his abilities and progress, and begins working feverishly in the system, determined to achieve surprising results, reaching maximum proficiency. He felt the energy flowing through his body, awakening new abilities. He could already feel a change, as if something powerful was forming inside him. His heart was obsessed with a miniature sun, being the power of light that illuminated his path. He noticed that surges of luminous power were occurring. His body radiated throughout the room. Additionally, he realized that it could improve his vision, seeing details that were not noticeable before. He had even become as sticky as glue, as if he could use every part of nature. Confident, he loved Lady Buckland's recommendation and decided he would allocate 20 more points to the sacred prayer. The next day, inside the house, someone exclaimed about the update being done very quickly. Delighted, Lady Buckland was surprised by the boy's abilities, stating that he was her friend. Laughing, the boy said that everyone would be impressed with his potential. Full of confidence, his staff began to arrive and wish him a good morning, ignoring the change that had occurred. But he was upset that no one noticed anything different, feeling that his efforts were unrecognized. Meanwhile, the tiger woman was reading something, focused on her notes and oblivious to the environment around her. He calls out, saying something about the power of light, seeking attention for his idea and discoveries. Closing her book, she already knew he wanted to talk about gathering the warm flow of energy. Disheartened, the boy feels like he talking to a wall, feeling that his words are not being heard. The dwarf asks what the Lord wanted to do with those bronze weapons piled up in the warehouse. They had been unearthed by some people from the jungle and captured by them. They remember a sword from the time of Nero's rebellion that could be worth a lot of money. Interested, Lady Buckland asks if she could take a look. The Lord agrees. Upon arriving at the warehouse, the amount of bronze weapon was gigantic. The boy is shocked by the number of weapons piled up, saying it was as if the sky had rained weapons and fortune upon them, adding that bronze was very valuable due to its scarcity. Lady Buckland begins analyzing the instruments, saying that they were all well preserved. She licks the sword and feels that the taste came from ancient tombs. Caressing one of the instruments, she says she never thought she would see something like that with her own eyes. Thinking of the fortune, the character states that he would be rich very soon. He asks the guards to call Motor, who knew the jungle better than anyone. The girl with him, Cat Ears, is carried by the guards without even understanding anything. With joy on his face, the boy asks a few questions. He asks if she had ever seen those weapons before in the tribe. At that moment, the girl replied, yes, showing she was willing to cooperate with him, and the man flooded her with questions, eager to understand the situation and its implications. She says that 6 months ago, they were traded with the eastern neighbor, revealing an important secret. Annoyed, he asked why she hadn't said that earlier. Feeling frustrated by the lack of communication, and doesn't understand why he was interested in all that junk since the homemade weapons were much better. Trying to calm down, he remembers that Motor was just rude and it wasn't her fault. He assigns a major task to the woman. He would assign 10 warriors to find out where the weapons came from. In the morning, Mo set out with 10 warriors on a journey to find the source of the bronze weapons. Fortunately, after some hard conflicts, Goshen Fortress established a reputation as the fortress of the Scarlet Devil. Motor became super popular outside the fortress, meeting countless aborigines. It didn't take long before they found the source of the bronze weapons. On the way back, the group expanded to hundreds of people. Frightened, the Lord didn't recognize them, thinking it was another attack on the fortress. Lady Buckland warns that the origin of those people is vast, possibly from different tribes. The man orders that each be given a sickle and sent to cut the grass and feed the Catul. The two realize that they were not from there. He tells her to choose a reliable guide and dozens of people so he could see what was going on. His goal was to exchange those men for 100 tons of wheat beans because the steppes ate too much. On horseback, he ordered her to take care of Gausen Fortress. A week later, the elf notices that Lord Richard had returned. Happy to see him again, the tiger woman wants to know about the trip. Showing all the weapons he had obtained, he reaffirmed that he never failed in his missions. Impressed, and he hoped the price of the weapons wouldn't drop. The Lord dismounts and wants to know where the rabbits were, stating that no one would attack them. Meanwhile, the passive leak of bronze weapons attracted the attention of another legion. It was Hendrainr, commander of the Brown Bear army of the Kingdom of the Stuarts. Mounted on his winged horse, his army finally reached a stone jungle. The Kingdom of the Stuarts was one of the three powers. That man was the grandson of Emperor Marshall, having a powerful family and a great future. After training with his brothers, only Hendra was sent to the border as commander of the Brown Bear Legion. The Kingdom of the Stuarts had strict rules for naming legions, and the name says a lot. The first class would be named after natural disasters like storm fury or rock uprising. In second-level regions, they would be named after powerful beasts like dragon horn or griffin heart, and names like common beasts, bears, boars, elephants were the worst regions ranked third level. Hendra, 27 years old, seemed to have no promotion opportunities, but that man, with blonde hair and blue eyes, did not give up. A few months ago, during a battle, he accidentally discovered that the bandits had many ancient bronze weapons, so he immediately began an investigation, and it didn't take long to find the source. A guard asks if they could capture some people for interrogation, but he states that it wasn't necessary and the answer would naturally arise by crushing them. Carving something on the wall, the rabbits say it was very difficult. Looking at the Aborigines, he says that the group of wild people used to give suggestions but now did nothing. Exclaiming that it was already late, the rabbit girl asked to leave the problem for tomorrow. They were all very tired and wanted to rest, seeking a moment of peace after the battle. Meanwhile, a rabbit man tries to escape through the forest, worried about what might find him, walking with his legs spread. He said he was going to do number 2. Without caring about anything, the moon shines through the clouds, illuminating the scene with a soft and mysterious light. While several wild men lie fallen on the ground, Hendrik cleans his sword while wanting to know about the bronze weapons that could be useful in battle. He calmly puts away his weapon, showing control and focus amid the tension of the moment. Kairoso asks where all the instruments were, trying to understand the situation and what was available. The guard explains that 3 days ago a noble from Pompel defeated them and took all of them. He says that man was the lord of Gausian Fortress, and that people said he was like a whole god. Hendra doesn't take it seriously, saying he was just a lord expanding his territory. He realizes that a probable war is approaching and that if the massacre they committed reached Pompel would be a real problem. Amid the destruction, Hendra wishes to destroy that lord when he is far from his fortress and begins to devise a plan, thinking that if the body were destroyed by griffins perhaps no one would ever know what happened. Hearing the entire conversation from behind the bush, the rabbit man tries to remain silent. Seated at a table, Liddy Buckland said that the king of the Kingdom of Stuart is named Baroon and had many eccentric ideas. He had appointed very ambitious young people as chiefs of the guard legions. She says that those kids feel so lucky that they invest in the army with their own resources. She asks if the hero knew how many gold coins were saved with such a small trick. The answer was at least 100,000 gold coins. Everyone becomes interested in knowing what Buni did with the money. The woman states that he was known for gluttony, so he wasted it all, causing great frustration. Lord Richard is shocked by so much corruption, feeling that the situation was becoming unsustainable. 2 rabbit men arrive carrying one of them, showing urgency with what was happening. The young man despairs upon seeing that it seemed to be Fitipits. The character is extremely weak and calls for the chief, seeking help. In a moment of desperation, he warns that someone is going to attack Gausian Fortress, alerting everyone of the imminent danger. The young man reflects on the Brown Bear Legion while they're all at the table, pondering their intentions. Ladybug said that the Stuart Legion had about 4,000 soldiers, while the Brown Bear Legion had 3,000. With his hands on his chin, he reflects that he thought the regions were the highest-ranking units and adds that in comparison to the total number, the accompanying mages were the real problem. The Al says that if the enemy had advanced mages, it would be very difficult to handle it. Worried, the Lord knows that his mages were just fools, trying to reassure him. Late, Buckland states that advanced mages were extremely rare and Annie agreed. Reflecting, Oi already says he didn't know that Annie cared about anything besides money. Laughing, she replied that all countries knew those facts at the time, and he asks when it happened. The girl says it was about 20 years ago, but he wasn't even born. Returning to the topic, the Tiger Woman says they shouldn't worry about the mages. The protagonist says it's likely that the enemy's mage is worse than the ones he has in his army. In that case, he said that if they had no sorcerer and only 3,000 soldiers, they would enter the fortress and wouldn't come out alive. But Lady Buckland reports that 3 people would not be few since the number of fortress soldiers was only 600, a fifth of their force. The Lord tells Annie that the spoils of war would be hers, and she asks if they didn't need reinforcements, but the man believes that great lords don't need help. Thousands of people at Goshen Fortress began to prepare for battle. The fortress is located on the west side of the river, and to avoid losses and damage, Richard decided to prepare the battlefield on the east. He also ordered the people to build a Lord's Hall on the east bank of the river to confuse the enemy. The generals and performed the fertilization spell every day by the riverbank, forming a wall filled with weeds. In the first round, they fought each other. Even though the scout riding skills were excellent, they couldn't surpass the legs of a centaur. Thus, the war ended quickly. The character claims to have seen that they had heavy cavalry, even with excellent equipment. Richard states they were too slow and it would take some time for his army to arrive. Meanwhile, Hendra observed the early tactics and found the use of centaurs as rangers to be clever, but the man knew that when his army arrived, they would be defeated while facing great adversity. After 2 days, the conflict still hadn't occurred, generating anxiety and uncertainty among the soldiers. Because of the weeds that were hindering the march, it was slow in speed and efficiency. But Hendrik couldn't leave his 200 riders behind, since they were essential for the war. Finally, the army had arrived. Lord Richard was already tired of waiting for them and is shocked to realize that they were just a poor regiment. Using his binoculars, he observes that the front cavalry's armor was made only of iron, in addition to the fact that the horse armor had no protection on the back. Angrily, he exclaims that he didn't have time for this childish game. Imposing, Hendra is not intimidated by the boy's words. He had already noted the quality of the enemy's armor, which was anything but mediocre. Their numbers were more than expected, having underestimated them. Frightened, a guard points to the imposing structure ahead and notes that a small plan had become a mighty forest. A soldier suggests an ambush and reads, but a surprise attack wasn't an option. Yelling his army, he commanded everyone to prepare for battle. Obediently, all the soldiers were ready. Even though afraid, the infantry chief launched the command. Arrows were fired from all sides as the horsemen held their weapons. On the other side, the rabbit men were at the front of the group, defending themselves with powerful shields. But it wasn't yet time to begin. Lord Richard wanted them to get closer. The commanders on both sides were extremely confident, while Hendra feared that Richard might flee. The Lord was concerned about the enemy discovering his ambush. He focused on defense, fearing it might discourage the enemy's rapidly approaching attack. The enemies were already just 20 yards away, ready to launch their devastating strike. With an extremely firm command, Richard orders his soldiers to attack the enemy, trying to turn the situation around. Heavily armed, it charged into battle, and Hendra's soldiers realized that the men were very large. The blonde soldier realizes he had fallen into an ambush, but without retreating, he said the brown bear was all he had and he couldn't afford to lose the battle. He decided to release the heavy cavalry and all his most powerful soldiers rode into the fight. Looking from above, he saw that they had only a few hundred people. Thus, Hendra still had an absolute advantage. The men realized that the heavy cavalry was arriving. Meanwhile, Richard's army was cutting men in half. The centaurs destroyed everything in their path. Meanwhile, the horses were getting even closer. Anxious, Hendra hoped that a surprise side attack would be enough to catch these people unprepared. A loud and fierce sound began to echo through the area. When they looked back, they saw what awaited them. They were Steepsaurus disguised as reeds entering the battle. On their backs were the lizard men pointing arrows at the enemies. Lord Richard announces that the attack from those beasts was extremely powerful and that it was too late for the enemy. Terrified, the soldiers didn't know how to fight those gigantic creatures, but Hendendrik could not retreat as he might lose his auxiliary armies. The Stegosaurus ran after every man that saw in front of them. With all their strength, they hit the horses, sending the riders flying, but the heavy cavalry did not give up and charged into the attack, determined to change the course of the battle. The attack, however, was useless, for the enemies were fierce and well prepared. Soldiers on their horses appeared, but nothing could get close to the savage beasts threatening them. The girl with cat ears knew it was her turn to take action. Ready to fight, she started launching a fireball at those fools. It exploded quickly, blasting several men at once. Many of them were blinded by the explosion. The spell continued at full force with no time to rest. The numerous forces were struck immediately, causing chaos and knocking their riders to the ground. Hendra was already furious with the situation, feeling that the battle was becoming unsustainable and out of control. He ordered his griffin to eliminate the 3 spellcasters seeking to remove the magical threat attacking them. Understanding the order, the animal took flight and set out, determined to complete its mission with bravery. It flew toward the intense fight where chaos and battle were unfolding fiercely, and now was the turn of the knight in golden armor to prepare, ready to take action. More knights with sick, enormous covered horses were heading to the battlefield. The girl noticed that an animal was getting closer. It was a gigantic griffin charging forward with enormous speed. She ordered them to stop and start fleeing from there, but the spellcasters were too distracted to hear the girl. The griffin prepared its attack with a powerful fireball. Ignored by the others, the sorcerers tried to defend herself. With her staff, she attempted to fight the beast. Another explosion happened above the fighter, who continued to injure each other. Simultaneously, Lord Richard had already joined his squad. With an evil smile, Hendra knew it was the perfect chance. The man took down several enemies with a single strike. Terrified, it thought it was a monster. Running, the commander entered the fight. He wanted to attack Lord Richard directly with his sword. Resting a little, the young man noticed the enemy's actions. As if turning, stone debris flew in all directions, signaling a possible explosion. The man couldn't see properly due to the smoke. The young man realizes that Commander Hendra had a very strong aura. All the soldiers celebrated joyfully, saying he was saving the situation. He introduces himself, saying he is Hendra Gonowan. With his sword in hand, the Lord skips introductions and swears death upon it, demanding his last words for invading Goshen Fortress. Angrily, he said that, when he killed him, he would soak his mouth shut. With no time for talk, Hendra charges into the attack. The two stand face to face, staring each other down with determination, ready for the decisive confrontation approaching. Their swords meet with a metallic clang, echoing through the battle, marking the beginning of the combat, and they begin striking each other, every movement filled with force and deadly intent. Both are very strong and skilled with weapons in hand. No blow hits, but they continue in intense combat. The boy said he didn't expect the commander to be able to block 3 of his moves. It seemed like he had trained for this day and fought the man in golden armor. Notes that the boy was better than he expected. Meanwhile, the heavy cavalry continued to fight, trying to strike Lord Richard from behind, who says he thought they were an honorable army. Before delivering his strikes, his heart begins to beat faster and release energy, causing the hero to activate the luminous power, which made him increasingly stronger and more agile. Swinging his sword backward, he struck the 3 riders list single blow. Stunned, all watched the scene in disbelief at such power. The 3 spellcasters appear, fleeing from the griffin, chasing them. With a furious look, the beast comes right behind them, preparing another attack of powerful flames. As they are hit, the girl exclaims that they were going to die. However, a precise arrow flies toward the beast, slicing through the air with impressive speed. The arrow hit directly at a weak spot, causing it to lose strength. With precision, the woman of words orders several arrows to be fired at the griffin on the ground. She shouts instructions, ensuring that all arrows target the griffin to eliminate the threat. Many arrows are launched toward the animal, creating a spectacle of agility and determination in combat. Now surrounded, the griffin tries to defend itself, but the arrows continue to fly in its direction. Many hit directly on its back, arms, legs, and even head. The soldiers were shocked that the griffin had been attacked. Angry at the situation, Hendra returned to attack Richard. The two began clashing swords again, but the young man did not falter, blaming them for the war. Furious, the protagonist wielded his sword with skill, but Hendra knew that his magical armor had a powerful fire counterattack. Even so, Richard did not rest and continued striking. Determined not to yield before the adversary, he attacked with fervor, but Hendra realized that his armor was not working as it should, ineffective. The opponent had not been hurt, which left Hendra worried about the effectiveness of his protection. The commander's sword was already beginning to break, visible signs of wear after so many strikes. Finally, the weapon snapped in half, leaving Hendra vulnerable and without options to defend himself, causing his armor to be struck. The situation was becoming increasingly critical for Hendra. Lord Richard did not rest and kicked the man with all of his strength. Seeking a decisive blow, lying on the ground, Hendra looked up, realizing that the battle was becoming increasingly intense, saying that a weapon is just a weapon, and that if he couldn't fight without a sword, he didn't deserve to be the chief. Despite that, he realized that his hands were burning due to the fire counterattack from the magic armor. Hendra didn't understand why he was left with only blisters, since that could have incinerated a person entirely. He realized his plan hadn't worked. Kneeling down, he decided to surrender. Observing the commander's attitude, the knights realized that the war was lost. Everyone celebrated Lord Richard's victory. The girl with the horn just wanted to kill all of them, even Hendra, but they would have to remove the man's armor first. Realizing that he had broken the artifact, Lord Richard thought it was his fault. Crying, he apologized to the armor, showing Annie the reason for his sorrow. He held out the destroyed instrument. Thinking he might be injured, she almost gave him the last bottle of holy water. Lady Buckland asked if those could be magical crystals in the armor and said she had heard that those crystals were priceless, being necessary for crafting magical equipment. The magic was still intact, so if the blacksmith could replace a piece of the armor, Richard could use it. Doubting the information, he asks if that was even possible. She replies that yes, but that the armor wouldn't fit him because it wasn't his size. He decides to leave that to Lube, and leaves the knights with Buckland, aiming for a high ransom. Interested, Annie asks about the spoils of war, thinking about selling the horses to Cologne to make a lot of money. Running his hand over his head, he says he had thought about cooking the horses. The owl states it would be better to sell the captives to the Cologne merchant, saying that each one could be sold for 4 or 5 gold coins, which makes Richard's eyes shine. The women keep talking among themselves while he watches from a distance, realizing he was very weak in business, but he becomes happy right after, thinking he could earn enough money to fill his vault. He also understands that after that battle, even the lizard men had evolved a lot, and as the Stegosaurus leveled up, their muscle became larger. The system is shown, revealing a massive gain in the group battle. When knee falls, the 3 characters are already having dinner. Lady Buckland recommends that Richard go with him to Cologne, stopping eating immediately. He asks why, and she reveals that this time their relationship with the Stuart Legion had been tense in recent years. Thus, he should report the Stuart infestation to the House of Lords in full. Interested, he asks if the superiors could take action about it. Annie reveals that it wasn't their duty to intervene, but if something happened, they could also reap some benefits. Fortunately, he agrees to go with them. It took 6 days to collect the captives before Richard and the others set off. Looking closely at the men, he says he didn't expect to have so many prisoners. All of them were walking in chains, including Commander Hendra, who didn't look very happy. His gaze showed intense fury. Being restrained by the guards, he shouted that he had discovered the boy's secret. He had used the sacred prayer. Without any fear, the boy began mocking the man's beard, saying it made him look manly. The man kept yelling that only a sacred prayer could give that much power without elemental fluctuations. Dismounting his horse, Lord Richard confirms that it was indeed a sacred prayer. Wanting to know more, the man asked what stage he was in. Incredulous that he wasn't able to hurt him, he discovers the boy is in apocalypse stage. Finding it impossible, he thought something was wrong with himself for not reaching those levels. Angrily, he asks what the problem was. Laughing at the question, the boy said he hadn't even reached the starlight level yet. Unable to accept the information he had just received, Hendrik feels his blood pressure rise and end up fainting. After several days of travel, the group finally arrived in Cologne. Looking at the landscape, the young man says it feels like it was just yesterday when he had come to Cologne with an uncertain future. As the carriages moved, he reflected on his past and how now he was the lord of thousands of elite warriors and hundreds of central rangers. As the carriage moved, he was left behind because most people need to finalize the transaction with Anna, so he would wander around. He decided to go to a nearby bar. He drank something but complained that the drink had no ice since that was rare during that season. Someone entered the establishment asking for 3 rye shots. Quickly, they were soldiers, each with their own characteristics. They also ordered a roasted pork leg, a beef tongue, and 3 buttered loaves of bread. Looking at the coins, he says payment wasn't enough. Furious, a giant man asked if the gentleman knew who he was talking to. Wiping his mouth, the protagonist realized it was just a bunch of loud and rude men. Suddenly, the man claimed his colleague was Richard, the Lord of Goshen Fortress. The blue-haired soldier approached Richard after seeing his spontaneous reaction. The mustache man asked if he was talking about Lord Richard, who was more known for the flavors of the jungle. Moreover, the muscular character also claimed they had defeated an entire region of the Stuarts with only 300 fighters. The Lord already knew that the one who had spread the information was Annie. Looking at the strange man, the real Richard wanted to know more about him. In a sudden reaction, he drew his sword and struck. Leaning on the table, he claimed it was his sharp sword. Meanwhile, everyone in the bar believed the story told by that man, but Richard knew it was an inferior product made of light iron. He still asked that his 2 companions were Gunther and Heater, both confirmed. Shocked, the protagonist asked if Heater wasn't a centaur. Looking directly at him after that question, he said it was an exaggeration that everything came from his excellent writing skills, as if man and horse were one. The man lived while I thought about all the lies being told. Looking at the people around, I imagined that everyone believed what had been said. Contradicting the group, the hero said he still believed Hitter was a centaur, causing people in the bar to doubt the truth. A character pointed at the giant sword and said that no one could be the lord of the fortress except him. Confident, he introduced himself as the Real Richard. Laughing, the muscular man approached him, saying he was very funny, and asking where he was headed next. They were all going to the noble tribunal in a grand luxury caravan. Still laughing, they said they could give the man a ride if they weren't already heading to the tribunal. Annie asked who those people were, and the protagonist replied they were some acquaintances. Lord Richard went to the noble tribunal to look for Soren. A maid questioned him about what he was doing there, but he didn't understand the question. She explained that Lord Soren had gone to Goshen Fortress to see him a few days ago. Shocked by this information, he couldn't believe the man wasn't there. He felt a hand rest on his shoulder. A strange man with a huge mustache claimed he was looking for the boy. The man said that to return from Goshen Fortress in time, they had run a lot and used wind magic to speed up. Not understanding, the boy asked what the rush was for. Seriously, he said that Pompel was about to start a war with the Stuarts. Disbelieving, the boy couldn't believe what he had just heard. The man asked him to follow them. The two went to find a room. Meanwhile, he closed the curtains and threw a scroll to the boy. Laughing, he said the man didn't mean to be so secretive. On the paper, it was written that a despicable attack against Lord Richard had occurred, and that was why Pompel's administration wanted revenge. Throwing the paper on the table, the boy couldn't believe that was the reason for declaring war on the Stuart kingdom. Even feeling immense anger, he was still flattered since he had never thought Goshen Fortress could be associated with such a big event. They explained that even though they were attacked, they didn't suffer many losses, but he warned that this wasn't a kind of protection and that he wasn't the cause of the war. The protagonist asked if there were other reasons, and the man said the steward had declared war first. Opening another scroll, he read, it was written that Hendra was attacked by a Pompeian noble without reason during a normal military patrol, dying after retaliating. The boy complained that it was simply a distorted fact and tore up the paper, stating that Commander Hendra was still alive, adding, the Lord said that no one could prove it was Hendra if the stewards didn't admit it, and that in that situation, the only possible way was to resolve things by force. 5 years ago, Pompel and the stewards discovered a magical crystal mine on the disputed border, and it wasn't identified who it belonged to. The young man began to reason that this was the reason for the war, denying that he was afraid he was ready for war. Opening the curtains and letting the sun in, Lord Soren asked him to stay a few days as someone wanted to see him. Curious, the boy asked why they wouldn't see him at that moment. But the said person claimed to be very busy. It was His Majesty who wanted to see him, so the two waited at the castle gate. After a few days, knocking on the door, Lord Soren called for His Majesty. The old man asked the guests to make themselves comfortable. First, he apologized for the delay he caused in the young man's journey and went straight to the point, asking what he thought about the countries declaring war on each other. Lord Soren added that Pompel needed a heroic figure to raise the people's morale in the face of war, outwardly showing enthusiasm. Richard didn't want to be involved in this since he wouldn't be cannon fodder. The king asked if he had someone in mind. Without planning, he pointed to the head of the noble court sitting beside him. Coughing, the man said there would be no one more qualified for the position of hero than the boy. His name was on the official documents of both countries declaring war. Laughing, the Lord asked the servant to pour a glass of 50-year-old wine for all 300 people in the room. Continuing the conversation, the king informed that the Ministry of War would bestow the title of Eagle Knight. Desperate, a boy shouted that Goshen Fortress was so poor that not even thieves went there. But he would consider the proposal if they were willing to share half of their supreme royal sorcerers. Approaching with the bottle in hand, Soren said, that gentleman had a big mouth. Reflecting a bit more, the king set that matter aside and asked something else. He mentioned a tribe of climbers who were about to join the army in Pompel, but had disappeared in the jungle. He asked if the boys knew the fate given to the lizard men. The boy knew they were natural heavy cavalry and couldn't afford to lose them. Standing up abruptly, he began his speech, saying he had a fire of justice burning in his heart for some reason, and he was happy to take the post of Eagle Knight, saying that it was every citizen's duty to serve their country, feeling obliged to do so. Agreeing with the boy, His Majesty stated that being an Eagle Knight was naturally a benefit in terms of reputation and prestige. In addition, he guaranteed that his army would be temporarily under the Dragon Legion without losing its autonomy. Thinking about the Legion, the protagonist knew it was known for some dangers and blood battles. He knew the war wouldn't be easy. Lord Soren told Richard not to worry since His Majesty's son was in there. He confirmed, emphasizing that Bedrick was indeed there. With his hand on his chin, he thought that was great. Noting that the Legion were the prince must have fewer difficult battles. After the conversation ended and the agreement was made, they said their farewells. The warriors walked together through the palace. The boy questioned if the king's vision was poor, and the man replied that he could barely see anything. He also said that despite that, his combat skills were extremely powerful, having spiritual power. The real story was that most kings of various countries were mediocre, having neither the time nor energy to govern properly. The man said that was not the case with Segrayism instrument. The boy found it strange for one old man to praise another so fervently. Interrupting him mid-speech, Richard asked if it was necessary to go to Dragon Claw for everyone to recognize him, so the two decided to go to the Legion. Upon entering, they saw many warriors training their skills. The HQ of Dragon Claw asked what he could do for them that day. Soren introduced the young man, saying he was Baron Richard of Goshen Fortress, coming at His Majesty's request to observe. Reading the notice, the man knew nothing about it, but he asked them to follow him. The Lord found that behavior very strange. Knocking on a door, the guard apologized for causing any offense. Opening the door, he revealed the fake Richard. Discussing important battle tactics with his henchmen, the three looked attentively at the person who had just arrived. The protagonist, upon seeing those familiar faces stealing his identity, rolling up his sleeves, asked if they wanted to die right there. The big man asked forgiveness for the little joke, claiming they didn't mean any harm. Finally, the Lord asked what the name of the muscular man standing before him was. The muscular man claimed to be Bedrick, the son of His Majesty Sagrat, which surprised everyone. The two were completely shocked when they heard that name, which brought back so many memories and emotions. Lord Soren immediately recognized the prince by his distinctive features that couldn't be ignored. Richard was unsure about the man's identity, but his friend confirmed that it was indeed him. The other two introduced themselves as Byrne, the royal sorcerer, and a senior swordsman of Cohen's court. The young man couldn't believe they were part of the royal court. Most kings have more than one son, which facilitates competition for the selection of an heir. But His Majesty Sage Ras had only one child, who was in this case, Bedrick, his only son. Embarrassed and not knowing what to say, the three characters fell silent. Feeling uncomfortable, one of them asked if the guard didn't recognize them, suggesting that he might have seen them before. However, the man immediately denied it, saying he had no idea who they really were. Richard wanted to know if Bedrick hadn't been at Dragonclaw before he arrived, and the big man said it was his first time serving in that place. He stated that young people nowadays were becoming very lazy, putting their names down without doing anything. The protagonist realized he felt no shame in criticizing others, even though he was one of them. He wanted to understand why he was pretending to be someone he wasn't. With his head down and discouraged, he said the Lord could never understand the true essence of a failures heart. Whispering in his ear, Lord Soren explained that those were unfortunate people who had no elemental talents. According to the story, great minds who were poorly gifted relied on hard work to turn things around, except for the failure. Richard asked if he really was a failure, but the man replied that he was worse than that. His friend said his elemental affinity was so extraordinary that he could absorb elements on his own without even meditating. But because of that, his physique required him to specialize in purging his body of elements that accumulated on their own. Every week, he added that elemental users are not repelled by their own element, just like a mage is not concerned with a fireball in his hand. Finally, he said it was caused by a serious illness when he was 4 years old. Bedrick also said that seeing Richard capable of charging through 1,000 armies with sheer brute force made his heart race. Confronting them, he emphasized that it was no justification for impersonating him. Touching his shoulder, he told him he was welcome at Goshen Fortress any time. The protagonist began to look for the leader of Dragonclaw. The guard informed that the Ministry of War had been meeting very frequently in private, so he had been away from the Legion. Scratching his head, the boy said he liked meetings, too, but since the two countries had declared war, he didn't have much time to wait for him and would have to return to the fortress soon. Looking at the landscape, he reflected on his future, thinking about the trouble years ahead. It was through messages that Goshen Fortress received the latest news. In reading one more, he found out that the Church of Light and tried to mediate the imminent war and prevent the displacement of the population. Even so, he stressed that mediation did not solve real problem and that there would still be war. Now that he had free time, he asked Lady Buckland to bring Hendra for interrogation. He wanted to trade the man for ransom, but the Stuart kingdom ruined his plans by saying that he was dead. Reading the letter, the Tiger woman reported that the meeting ended with the goddess of the Church of Ice leaving very irritated. Lord Richard thought that maybe the Church of the Ice goddess would not fight for Pomple in this war. He didn't understand why His Majesty would defend such a powerful helper like the Church of the Ice goddess before going to war. Lady Buckland informed him that it was true that the letters have been withheld. Soon he reasoned that the Church of the Ice goddess was so independent and powerful on its own that it was equivalent to a country. He knew that His Majesty's sagas would not allow two voices in one country, so separation was inevitable. Turning to the women, he asked which country would win the war. Annie said both countries have more or less the same strength, but that information was outdated. Smiling, the Tiger woman praised His Majesty Sagrat, who wasn't afraid of hard work to recover and make the country flourish. He had really done a great job as king, whereas His Majesty Barun of the Stuarts possessed every vice imaginable. She concluded by saying that the gap between the two countries had been widening for a long time, but that didn't mean Pompey would win the war. She reasoned that once a third country got involved, the situation would become very complicated. The young man understood that South San Jose host wanted to enter the war. With chains on his hands and feet, Hendra was brought to the interrogation. The guards began to announce the arrival of the commander of the Brown Bear, who remained with his head down. Hendra said he was no longer useful to that young man, but he wanted to extract valuable information from him, or else his sword would be seen out of control. With one strike, the chain was cut. He handed a scroll to the prisoner and asked him to read it carefully. He is shocked to discover that the Stuarts had declared war against Pompey. Hendra realizes he was abandoned by his country after being declared dead. After this short conversation, Lord Richard asks him to reveal something interesting, because that man's life no longer held any value, and he could die at any moment without anyone caring. Kneeling, he reveals that he knows where the talisman is. Asking not to be deceived, the protagonist asks if he was being serious. The commander informs that is an alchemical product from the time of the ancients. He begins telling a story that about 10 years ago he traveled with his father to a party in Winterfell in the Stuart kingdom. Lord Mellon, who lived there, collected great treasures. That day, the collection room was open for guests who admire the exhibits, and he was there. He immediately put on a pair of ivory bracelets, which were ritual instrument of the Zuxi, but he knew that it wasn't a ritual bracelet. It was actually the ring used by the Titans, the Ring of Thunder. The Titans ruled the world and made a set of rings from the bones of rebels. In the hands of 4 Titans were the rings of Thunder, Hell, Earth, and Ocean. Lady Buckland adds that beside that, if you collect all 4 rings, you inherit the magic of the sky. Extremely interested in the story, Richard asks if he managed to obtain it, but the man denies it, saying that Lord Mellon was extremely powerful, but the good news was that he didn't know the secret. He questions if he was stupid. Perhaps the truth was that the ring could not be detected due to the level of the magic item. He concludes by saying that even though it was a Titan talisman, it could only be used by Orthodox Titans. That wasn't a problem for the protagonist who possessed one. He wanted to know more of the story and asked how he knew about that. Hendrik claims to be a divine favored by the gods and with special abilities, pointing to his eye. The commander says he can't see anything with his right eye when asked about his power, but that didn't mean he was blind. He explains that he couldn't see things, but could feel the glow of various colors, and the reason he was sure that ring was real was because of the rich golden glow that kept emanating from it. Understanding more about his powers, Richard realizes that his eye could identify treasures and asks if there was any treasure inside his fortress, to which he points to his pet, and nothing else, leaving the protagonist very frustrated. He wanted to know if other people knew about his talent, and Hendra said that after becoming an adult, he hadn't told anyone, because he had studied the history of divine favorites and discovered that revealing his gift would shorten his lifespan. Annie says he could be used for anatomical studies or alchemy experiments. Clapping his hands, Richard says his eye could be used for magic items, and Hendra gets scared, but it was just a joke from the character since the fortress didn't have an alchemist. Touching his shoulder, he said that the man could not return to the stewards, and he offered him a ring, hoping he would accept the proposal that could change his destiny. He considered rejecting that proposal, awaiting the consequences of his decision and what would follow. But if the answer was no, he would be locked in the dungeon for the rest of his life. Before accepting, the commander stated 2 conditions to ensure his loyalty would be tested and confirmed. The first was that the boy should have no stupid ideas about his eye, and the second was that he did not want to join as a slave, even though he was a prisoner of war. Lord Richard accepts the terms and Hendra joins his squad following his will. Annie laughs at the commander. Greetings. Ending the conversation, he asked to change his name since Hendra was dead. Then he says he would like to be called Dracula. Crying over the ingratitude of his country, he said he no longer had any ties to the Stuart. At that moment, the hero realized that Hendra was very loyal to be recognized by the system so quickly, which was not the case for Motor, who was never accepted. The season approached a cold end of autumn, and Richard finally received long-awaited assistance from the army. Crying, he said they expect them to fight with a will to die because it looked like a coffin, but the official informed him that it was actually a simple form of teleportation. Touching it, the hero realized that magical crystals were embedded throughout the wood, making it capable of teleporting a person. He said it was useless to teleport only one person every half-month in the middle of a war, but he reconsiders his comments upon remembering Bedrick. A spoken message was sent to the protagonist telling him to fight the enemy and leave his mark. Bedrick wanted Richard to think of life as a priority. The era of the nation was over, but each person still had their own life. The boy laughed at the message sent. In November, Richard's army departed for Cologne to meet with the rest of the group. War was imminent, and the land outside Cologne was occupied by several legions. The intense cold was not seen as favorable weather for war, generating complaints from the women. Upon spotting an animal, the boy said it looked bigger than a Stepchirus. Manhwa pointed to a mage who appeared, again, carrying a staff of the blue crystal orb. Behind them, Bedrick suddenly appeared and informed them that it was the cleric of the Church of the Ice Goddess. He explained that in previous years, each legion received 20 clerics, but now there were only 10. Warning him to grab his banner, the muscular man led the Lord to a meeting before the war. All the officers were gathered around the square table. Richard's banner was raised, symbolizing his determination and courage in the midst of battle. Bedrick asked if he had gotten that from the trash, laughing at the banner's appearance, and suggested he should change the design to something more impressive and worthy of his position, since after the meeting, all banners would march with the honor guard. Everyone watched the entrance of the Dragonclaw commander named Suffolk. Whispering, the man said he was described as more intelligent than decisive and not good at coordinating the overall situation. So, Richard didn't understand how he had become general commander. Greeting everyone, the captain said good morning. Smiling, Bedrick asked to be called just Rick in the barracks. The man asked what they thought about the war. There was an endless silence. Laughing, the captain said no one needed to be formal and that they could talk as friends. He reported that due to his 20 years of military experience, he didn't think the stewards were a challenge for Pomple. With their cloaks, people make comments that the opponents had chosen the wrong time to start a war. The protagonist asked Rick if the captain's optimism was accurate. Continuing his explanations, he declared that the Dragonclaw would be the first to attack Winterfell in the northeast. The men at the table wanted to make the enemies pay for the reckless ignorance. Upon hearing that name, the protagonist immediately thought of Lord Mellon. After the end of the meeting, Lord Richard returned to his quarters. Reflecting on the decisions made, he began to look for Abu, who was watching the banner parade of interest. The girl asked what their banner looked like, which was nothing more than a piece of rag. In disbelief, she asked to take a curious look to see what they were really displaying. The man refused to show the banner terror, keeping its appearance a mystery. A centaur opened the doors with gigantic strength. Urgently looking for his boss, he came to report that Abu and the Dragonclaw were fighting, bringing alarming news about the battle. People began to draw their swords. The lizard man commented that the banner parade was incredible. When the banner of Golden Fortress was spotted, everyone began to mock the design that looked like a chicken claw. One of the spectators commented that the head of that fortress was the eagle Knight. Another commented that he was just a child. The lizard man heard when those men started mocking his boss and with a punch he hit the man in the face. The group got angry with his attitude, and they all began to fight among themselves. Heder arrived at the battle to take them all down, kicking and stomping that Hornwoman was very powerful. Richard threatened the people who were beating his men, swearing death upon them. The fight continued until nightfall. The men realized their opponents were very strong and began to consider the possibility of using weapons. While throwing a punch, Bedrick noticed the soldier's action and said it was pure cheating. The men kept fighting each other until a voice ordered them to stop. The commander arrived at the scene, saying that everyone there were soldiers, and that if they continued, they would disgrace the kingdom. He noticed that most of those who were thrown to the ground were soldiers of the Dragonclaw. The horn girl asked a question. A man noticed that something was approaching Quickly, everyone looked back, trembling. At the worst, they were lizard men, mounted on sepsauruses, ordering everyone to return to battle. People were shocked by the beast's dominating power. The commander asked Richard to control his men. Walking toward his friends, he moved calmly, showing confidence in his actions and decisions. Speaking loudly and with a clear voice, he made himself heard, drawing everyone's attention. He ordered Abu to appear right now, demanding an immediate response about the situation they were facing. Everyone was impressed by the strength he possessed to stop an animal of that size trying to defend himself. The lizard said that the others had insult him first. The commander was impressed by the number of steps the man had in his fortress, but scolding the boy, he warned that the fight was undeniably ugly. Realizing he was losing the argument, Commander Bose blamed the age of Richard's soldiers. He received a stern rebuke for not controlling his men. Reiterating, he said the soldiers were just overreacting, about to go to war with the Stuarts. Looking at the protagonist, he asked if he agreed. Saying yes, he stated that they had done nothing wrong and that it was common to counterattack. The two then began to take the blame for the incident. Putting that event behind them, they emphasized that it was just a misunderstanding and nothing serious to worry about. Looking at each other, they said they were just joking, but the commander realized that the two were in sync to avoid responsibility. The men didn't know what else to say after the scolding, and the commander of the Dragon Claw decided to incorporate Richard's and Bau's army into the vanguard forces on the front line. Stunned, the characters did not expect to receive such a sentence. Going to battle, they tried to stay positive, thinking the enemy might not always appear in front. Seeing Rick at his side, he asked what the man was doing there, and he replied that he had volunteered for the role. Lord Boo stated that the fault was theirs, but the punishment applied to everyone. Meanwhile, he tried to talk to the eye cleric. With seriousness, the old man said that snow was just a natural phenomenon not associated with the eye goddess. Not liking the answer, he thought that this was the reason the cleric had been sent to the front line. Snow fell over Pomple at the headquarters of the command forces. The soldiers were at their posts. A subordinate was pouring wine into a goblet when he saw his lord trying to reach for it. Frightened, he remembered that the doctor had said the man shouldn't drink much due to his condition, but he no longer cared about those instructions. The servant heard a noise at the door. The king appeared, saying that you should go outside to get some sun because it was something good for the body, but he didn't want others to know that the human expedition was being led by one of the most despised races, goblins, and even worse, a disabled goblin approached, causing concern among those present in the room. The king said he shouldn't drink anymore, worried about the goblin health. He insisted on getting some fresh air, stressing that his people wouldn't mind his absence. Finally, the old goblin accepted the proposal, agreeing to go out to breathe and recover. Pushing the wheelchair, the king went out to see the snow. The green creature thanked him. The king began to remember the first time he met him on a winter day during a time of food scarcity. On that same day, the goblin lost his leg, which was devoured by a gigantic creature. After rescuing it from near death, he noticed that he was the divine favorite, the intelligent one. When he became king, the man was able to continue using his talents for the country. Few people knew that it was that goblin who was behind the balance between training and governance. It was thanks to that individual that Pomp had reached its current prosperity. Changing the subject, the king asked about a lead that could help in the current situation. Confused, the goblin couldn't remember any relevant information. Feeling lost and disoriented, he remarked that it was about the goddess's church, but it was something that required patience. The king said the armed forces had departed that morning with Richard at the vanguard. Thoughtfully, he considered a great opportunity to test his true strength since he didn't doubt other people's capacity to perform miracles, and he attributed this fact treating Richard as a rare and exceptional person. Bao said his colleague was a very energetic person able to stay focused after so long. He thanked him for the compliment, asking Rick not to mention that he was only at the Stadium of Sunlight. Running, one of the night reported that they had found something ahead. It was a small city gathered in defense by a group of Stuart troops. Using his binoculars, they began to analyze whether it could be a major military center. Rick said that the city was called Shakashar, a common agricultural town specialized in pumpkins. They noticed that the walls were very thin, less than 3 m tall, and with no guards nearby. Apparently, it was an empty city. They began to think it was a trap set by the enemy to lure them in. Richard climbed onto the creature to get a closer look. He believed the speed was purely agricultural. Lord Boo stated that he had seen a red and gold griffin flag that might be related to the stewards. At that very moment, the protagonist decided to call Hendra to help with identification. Using binoculars, he began to observe. He stated that they were just the rear of regular religion, certain that their army was strong. Meanwhile, in the mayor's residence of Shakashire, Lord Karp, commander of the Griffin Ambition, was eating and drinking the finest. He criticized higher authorities for being in complete disorder. He felt people were playing with him due to the troop prepositioning. He blamed His Majesty Buni for having to lead his men to Shakashire. Bun had never been very interested in politics and always relied on a cabinet formed by a few ministers. But after a few months, he began to intervene in political affairs very forcefully. But Rooney declared war on Pumple in a strict manner. A soldier entered, stating they were under attack. A rain of arrows flew toward the soldiers. They tried to protect themselves with their shields. The man noticed it was a 3-feathered arrow, while another said the walls would be brought down shortly. The enemy's escape would not be possible due to the mass cavalry. They began to discuss how to attack the city. Ba said it was a delicate task and asked to be the one to handle it. But Richard knew the matter wasn't about experience. He just wanted the credit. The men departed with their weapons toward the gates. Richard asked the sorcerers to attack with fireball to create an opening in the wall. Without hesitation, the girl began to cast her spells, which hit the thin walls with precision, but the opening created was still too small, making passage and movement difficult for the soldiers. Asking for space from everyone around, the cleric said he would find a way to solve the situation. Creating a whirlwind with all of his magical power, he prepared to cast a great spell. He unleashed a very strong icy blast that spread quickly, hitting the enemies with great intensity. It was able to break the wall with a single strike, knocking down several soldiers. The entrance created was much larger now. With the wall broken, people didn't know what to do. Lord Karp knew they would attack through that large opening. He ordered his nephew to alert the entire infantry. The man with the chest tattoo stated that the Lord's nephew didn't know how to fight in a war. The two should be patient and wait for the enemies to arrive. It was mega time to attack, because he didn't want to reveal that mysterious steward weapon unless it was necessary. In the Stewart Kingdom, there is a black crystal with excellent properties that can be used to create the famous magical equipment stone of destiny. A person's heart must be removed and replaced by a magical stone in order to gain the ability to manipulate their own blood. Some may turn out well while others have a chance to be useless. If the enemy is too weak, they are killed and the stone is given to the next person. The recipients of qualified magical stones are the best steward soldiers known as Blood Knight. In Shakashire, there were 50 Blood Knight, and that was their greatest triumph. The Lord shouted that it wouldn't take long to finish them all. A knight in orange armor was destroying all the soldiers. From afar, he watched the war, not knowing what it was about. Apparently, it involved orcs, fierce creatures that were approaching, ready for the imminent battle. The creature was already preparing for the fight, addressing his weapons and focusing on the battle. Ahead, an archer moved to the rooftop to scout more precisely, gathering information about the enemies. Even though Pumple attacked quickly, the situation was still tense and required caution from everyone involved. The archers took the best defensive positions, strategically positioning themselves to maximize the city protection. Being a well-th thought-out strategy, it proved to be a good way to defend the city against invaders. However, large beams of blue light struck the men, surprising them and causing panic among the defensive rank. They were magical ice stones that moved with impressive speed, catching everyone present off guard. These stones hit the archers, causing confusion and despair among the enemy lines that had been positioned. The bald man never expected this trick and was completely stunned by the situation. It was the cleric using all his magical power, demonstrating abilities no one had seen before. With seriousness and determination, he defended his entire army, showing courage in the face of the challenges. they faced. It was now time to put the creature into action, a strategy that could change the course of the battle. Cervantes went to the middle of the battle, exposed and determined to take revenge on his enemies. Meanwhile, the orcs were launching people into the air. With binoculars in hand, Richard observed every scene of the battle. Deeply fascinated by the intense action, Bedrick asked him to hand over the instrument, wanting to see what was happening as well. Watching the orc moving, he asked Richard to lend it to him for a moment until in a sudden turn, they were now at a disadvantage. Together, each of them placed one eye on the binoculars, and they already spotted a fierce warrior in red armor who was destroying their soldiers. Richard didn't understand how the battle could have changed course so quickly, blaming Boast. He thought they wanted to lose the fight. He asked Abu to lead the escort army in the retreat of the soldiers. A heavy helmet was thrown hard to the ground, making a loud noise that caught everyone's attention. It was Bouts who, with extreme anger and frustration, didn't like the outcome of the ongoing battle. He wanted to know what kind of monsters those were, questioning the origin and strength of their opponents. If the soldier returned tired and without victory, the disappointment was evident on their exhausted faces. A refreshing drink was offered to the character as a gesture of comfort after the harsh battle endured. It was Richard approaching, asking what was happening, concerned about the condition of his soldiers. Taking a sip, the man said it was a truly powerful team of magical knights. The knight in orange armor removed his helmet. A tiger man said they were using a type of red telescopic weapon that flew from their hands. Dracula claimed to recognize that kind of magic, saying they were the Blood Knights. Bedrick said he already knew them. Worried, Dracula admitted that they were definitely stronger than them. Ba suggested waiting for the main force of the Legion to arrive, but that young man disagreed. He began preparing Goshen Fortress for battle, but the commander warned that kind of blood cavalry was not something they could easily face. Two men brought improved, yet lighter and faster armor. Placing his hand on his shoulder, Lord Richard asked him to trust his squad, but the man wasn't convinced, maintaining his firm and defiant stance in the face of the situation. After putting on his gleaming armor, Richard mentally prepared to enter battle with courage. The people around him doubted the real capability of his fortress, questioning if they could win the fight. Even with his confidence, he still thought his banner was extremely ugly. Doubting, Ba said he would also enter the fight, while the cleric stated he would help less since his powers were low. With her giant swords, the tiger men asked Bedrick to let them return to the war, but the Horna woman firmly stated that battle was not for those inexperienced rookies. With a snap of his fingers, Lord Richard gave the order for everyone to attack immediately without hesitation. Goshen Fortress regrouped, ready to lead an attack on the city with great determination. At that moment, the man observed that the enemies had returned with only 1/8 of the previous group. The Lord's nephew asked to participate in the battle. Letting the boy join, he warned that he should stay with the knight reserves and not go out alone. Meanwhile, the bald man climbed up to the wall. He knew the barbarian soldier were close enough, so he ordered the release of arrows, but before it was possible, his soldiers were struck. The man was in doubt, wondering how they could shoot so precisely while moving. He watched the front line raise their shields to protect the archers who were essential to the battle. Pointing her bow and arrow, the girl couldn't shoot without seeing people's bodies. However, upon noticing movement, her aim was extremely precise. The group was already taking losses before entering the second round. It was assumed that the Pomp cavalry was more powerful than the 3 tall orcs. Meanwhile, Lord Richard held his giant sword, flying over the people. He headed toward the wall. The Lord knew he was powerful, capable of delivering a devastating strike. Cervantes had already readied himself for the fight. The Lord knew that Blood Knight was his last resort. He had no choice but to release the creature. He ordered the man to win that war and not disappoint him. The protagonist's sword floated in the air, killing several soldiers until he saw with his own eyes the legend of the bloodthirsty knight finally appearing. He activated his powers to gain more strength, feeling the energy flow through his body and mind. The two began to fight one another, each determined to win the unfolding battle. The fusion of powers spread across the battlefield, creating an intense aura that surrounded the combatants. The swords clashed with force, making bright sparks that illuminated the darkness around them. The creature was formidable and had precise strikes, attacking with a skill that impressed all the spectators. He wondered how Lord Richard was able to wield such a giant and heavy sword with such ease. Taking advantage of the momentary distraction, the warrior struck his opponent from behind, surprising him with an attack. Furious, he never expected to be attacked in such a treacherous way. Feeling the anger grow inside him, he used his red sword to defend himself from the blow, trusting his blade to protect him from the attack, but it broke in half, leaving him disarmed and vulnerable before the overwhelming force of the enemy, and the warrior began to vomit a little blood, feeling that he had been injured. Kneeling on the ground, he was still alive, but with little strength. Richard stated that his organs might be damaged, but his determination drove him to fight with bravery. While trying to escape, he loved the idea of delivering the final blow to his opponent. He used all the power of his sword against that Blood Knight, seeking victory. Meanwhile, the women fought bravely, showing courage and strength amid the chaos of battle. With their sharp weapons, they knew how to defend and attack with precision, demonstrating great combat skill. Lord Richard returned to the battlefield with an intense bright blue aura that completely surrounded him. He wanted to destroy more enemies, so he quickly disarmed them, leaving them vulnerable and with no chance to react. He smiled as he wished they would all go to hell. The men fired instruments that went toward the young man. He did not realize he was being attacked from behind. He was going to be hit by those things, but was not willing to give up easily. Before that blow could be fatal, he created a magical barrier that protected him effectively. Even with this protection, he felt the pressure of the attacks, requiring him to stay alert and focused. He felt a deep cut on his face, which made him realize the imminent danger he was facing. He began to quickly move away from those creatures that wanted to exterminate him with all their strength. With determination, he fought against them, using kicks to defend himself without his powerful sword. Through powerful punches, he launched the men into the air, showing his hand-to-hand combat skill. Meanwhile, he said that those soldiers did not know how to fight without swords, revealing his unshakable confidence. He claimed that no one was a match for him, challenging all opponents who dared face him. He felt a bit of blood on his hands, a reminder of the intense battle he was fighting at that moment, and he noticed that his army was engaged in a fierce fight nearby. The Hornwoman said that Blood Knights were tough and hard to exterminate. Lord Bose ran with determination to attack one of his enemies, seeking victory at all costs. Firmly planting his feet on the ground, he carried his sword with confidence, ready for combat. The opponent had no way to reach his weapon, becoming vulnerable to the fast and fierce charge, having to use blood manipulation to form a shield. This made Lord Richard very interested as the battle was intensifying and emotions were rising. Meanwhile, Lord Carp was, after his long-desired victory, determined not to let the chance slip away. Then the warrior shone on the battlefield, standing among many dead, symbolizing his strength and courage. The man was shocked to see Lord Richard alive. He could not believe that Cervantes was dead. A soldier shouted, desperately trying to protect Lord Fong Dan, who was nearly dying in combat. He fought bravely, trying to defend himself from the relentless attacks that surrounded him, but he was in trouble. The uncle saw his nephews suffering and felt a wave of concern and despair overwhelm him. Now he had two deaths to avenge, Fong Dan and Cervantes, who had fallen in battle. Meanwhile, Richard destroyed more Blood Knights, showing his skill and determination in each attack. He ordered some of his men to be withdrawn since the steps would soon arrive. The enormous beasts came to destroy the walls, threatening the safety of everyone present. Now the Lord had no way to escape the imminent defeat. Feeling the pressure increase around him, he positioned himself in front of the animals, trying to make them stop and not cause more destruction. But they danced more and more, showing they would not leave so easily, challenging resistance. With all their strength, they destroyed the walls, leaving a trail of destruction wherever they went without mercy. The warriors noticed that the end of the battle was near, and the tension in the air became palpable. Pointing to the young man, they showed that he was the observant assassin. What was unacceptable to them, as they desired revenge at all costs, could not be ignored. The soldiers advanced with determination to put an end to Lord Richard, seeking justice for their losses. For a boy, seeing his leader dead was something very funny, an unexpected and surreal situation. Raising his weapon, he said he respected the courage of the men. With a powerful strike, he announced that they could continue fighting by his side, united in battle. Using the ambitious power of light, he radiated strength and courage, inspiring his allies to fight. The warriors felt the pain of the fight on their skin, but determination kept them strong and resilient. In the midst of the rubble, Lord Karp remained standing, defying adversity and showing his bravery. Holding a dagger firmly in his hand, he prepared to face the challenges that would come. He asked for forgiveness for his incompetence, feeling the weight of responsibility for his failures during the battle. There was no way to contain that beast with a giant sword wrapped in flames. He decided to end his miserable life. After that, the warriors celebrated the end of another fight with a positive result. Victory! Bedrick was very happy to be part of it. Feeling valued and included in the group, they all celebrate together, rejoicing in the achievement and the unity they had formed over time. They all emphasized the importance of Richard, who was extremely strong and inspired confidence in everyone around him. The horned girl wanted to know what the new move used by her leader was, but the hero only thought about eating roast meat or ham, acting as if nothing had happened. The man had found the Lord dead. Noticing that he had taken his own life, they said he must have realized that if the battle was lost and he remained alive, he would be imprisoned for the rest of his life. Meanwhile, the protagonist was operating the system. The information was that 25 barbarian warriors had died in addition to 4 center. He began to think that the easy path might have made him a bit arrogant. Thoughtful about the losses suffered, he reflected on the casualties that deeply marked his heart. He said he would remember his companions for the rest of his life, honoring their memories in every battle. Extensive flames began consuming everything around and symbolizing the fury of the fight that still persisted. Like a prayer, the cleric stated that the great ice goddess would receive all the lost souls while they burned the dead. Richard thanked the words of his friends, reaffirming that he was fine. The good news was that there was another update after that battle, and now he possessed the first batch with the best warriors. Seeing the system, he understood that it took much longer for a barbarian to be updated compared to a centaur. Rocio informed the leader that he felt a little different, as if something new was awakening in him. He stated that it seemed he was regaining all his senses, gaining clarity and strength amid the chaos. Feeling like he was about to explode with energy, he was ready to face any challenge that arose. The people around were frightened by the woman's collapse. It looked like she really was going to explode. Angrel, the protagonist, asked if that was a joke. Feeling disrespected by the absurd situation, he revealed that he could help her, but his actions took an unexpected and violent turn. Forcing her to her knees, he began kicking her in the buttocks, expressing his frustration aggressively. The leader thought that now she might be angry enough not to tolerate disrespect anymore. And he was right. As the tension in the air was palpable and the situation intensified, the woman with furious eyes made a true advance, determined to confront the protagonist and reclaim her power. He asked if she was feeling something special, and she replied that she wanted to hit someone as if there was a fire burning in her heart. Bedrick realized that she was a berserker. The cleric was intrigued to learn that the young man didn't know what those creatures were. So, he began an explanation. He said that in the distant days when the Titan ruled the world, humans had no advantage over the Titan orcs and elves, but among generally weaker humanity, those emerged who upheld the glory of future continental supremacy. They were the so-called Vitra berserkers. Continuing his explanation, he said the period of history was so dark that many mysterious races disappeared during that time, including berserkers. According to rumors, barbarians inherited more or bit of their blood, though it wasn't certain if this was completely true. Looking more closely, the cleric concluded that the creature was definitely in a berserker state, having activated blood. He added that the secret art of berserking lasted until modern times and was now the sacred prayer. After that extensive update, the berserker was very tired, resting her knees on the ground. She could no longer stand. The cleric states that it was because she hadn't gotten used to it and that she should rest and get well. Meanwhile, Lord Richard ordered to count the wounded. Opening the system, he had noticed that he had also leveled up, assigning the rest of his points to sacred prayer. He was feeling great, knowing that the effect of leveling up was truly remarkable. He asked Bose how the capture of the hostages was going. He wanted to know where the commanders office was located, but his comrade informed him that he still hadn't found that place. Determined and with a smile on his face, the boy said he wanted to pull off a heist. As they walked together, they discussed where the commander's office might be. Looking at the houses, Lord Richard noticed the abundance of civilians in that place. Dracula showed his lord the office location since he was familiar with the area. Kicking the door open, he was determined to find some treasure. They were amazed to see that even the cutlery was made of gold. Bao said they must be all the commander's personal items. He headed toward the wine collection while Bedrick shouted that he had found some important documents. Lord Richard asked to check the documents, seeking to understand the situation and what was going on. The two began reading those papers, trying to carefully decipher the information contained in them. Notice that the Stuart command was truly a mess. They grew concerned about the disorganization and its consequences. Approaching, Bouts also wanted to know what they were talking about. It was about numerous confusing group plans and conflicting transfer orders. The protagonist ordered that a letter be sent back asking whether to move forward or stay to rest. They decided to hold a celebration with cows and sheep. They would slaughter to pair with the fine wines. Everyone celebrated the victory in the main hall. Meanwhile, Gunther was doing something suspicious. There were dead bodies lying on the ground. Lord Richard and Dracula approached asking what she was doing. She wanted to remove the magic stone from the blood warrior hearts, but he scolded her immediately for trying to keep the trophies for herself. The man did not allow her to do that, but he had a plausible justification as the knights had a small, explosive unit in their bodies that burns the stone when the bearer dies. To illustrate, he made a comparison with a tree full of fruit by the roadside, which had bitter fruit, so no one ate them. Dracula pointed out that there was something valuable in that body. He could see a light near the heart, possibly a magic stone that hadn't been destroyed. Interested in blood control, the magic stone was already in the hand of the young lord. Amazed by that building, he ordered that all the body be burned and that no one be told anything, leaving no trace. A carriage silently removed all the bodies from the scene. Gunther stated that it seemed like they were acting like thieves. To ruin the protagonist's plans, Lord Bose appeared with a bottle of wine in his hands, trying to cover up. Richard claimed he was burying the bodies to prevent a plague. Annoyed, he said he was only trying to help before getting blamed too much. The cleric and the commander had no understanding of the hero's actions, thinking that attitude was very kind. The next day, the sun began to rise, bringing light to the new day that was beginning. It was early, and the civilians were already awake, preparing to face the challenges to come. Bedrick informed them that they had received a letter yesterday afternoon, saying they should remain at that location, waiting for the arrival of the main legion. They would go to Winterfell, where that powerful ring was located in the house of a nobleman named Melon. Richard knew that attacking Winterfell would be much heavier than the Battle of Shakashar. Even so, the fight didn't seem so difficult, as one city was conquered after another. They discussed that King Buren's command must have caused his hundreds of religions to disappear. Another possibility reported was that the Sturts were secretly planning something. 3 days after Richard led a successful attack on Shakashar, the main force of the Pompal Legion also arrived. With doubt, he began looking at all the soldiers who stared at him. Bedrick said they were jealous of the Eagle Knight, who was the one who achieved the first victory and captured the Legion's flag. The protagonist loved that kind of attention. He thought he was amazing and enjoyed people's envy. The commander of the Dragonclaw said he didn't expect such a clean victory in the first battle. The two thanked him for the compliments and greeted the lady who accompanied him. She called the hot-headed and walked away. After that event, Bedrick informed them that Lord Egwene was a man who hated being recognized as a woman. Richard is shocked to discover that it wasn't a woman, and Bedrick states that they used to bathe together. The commander asks if the hero can say why a Tyrannosaurus would become a companion to a dragon knight. He explains that Tyrannosaurs are very intelligent and live long lives, which is why they like to be partners with humans. Rick says they were also impressed by music, moved by appearance and mercy. At that moment, the hero understands what that conversation was about. That boy who was going to leave furiously was the dragon knight. The commander says that a Tyrannosaurus made contact with Lord Igain in order to appreciate his beauty all the time. Lord Gavin was interested in Richard, so he came on foot without his creature so he could meet him. But now it was too late. The boy felt very offended. The name of the dragon was Osiris and he was flying over the city. Since making a pact with the Gain, this was Azer's first battle for Pomple. In addition to the creatures, there was a squad of 10 Falcon Knights with impressive speed. Richard envies those who met a flying mount, which was his dream. In Winterfell, the gates were closed. On the walls, the men waited for some update. The warrior doesn't understand the people who had declared war on Winterfell. He says that in the past, it was supported by abundant logistics and reinforcements. Somehow he realized that reinforcements from distant provinces had been withdrawn one by one and supply deliveries soon stopped. He knew they were fighting a war for the fate of the country but were only receiving scraps. Another man reports that they had only 30,000 city guards in addition to volunteers while Pomple had 200,000. The wise man asked Bernard not to get angry because stupidity followed anger. They would only do their part and leave the rest of the god at the sacred light. Birds fly over the city. At that moment, the Falcon Knights fly in the skies. Using advanced war tactics, the group discusses how it would be possible to enter the city. With his binocular, Richard spots a beautiful girl with light pink hair. It concludes from her clothes that she could be a priestess of the Stuarts in addition to having a beautiful body. Bedrick asks what he had seen, but he says he only noted regular guards and patrols. The Racona report is concluded, stating there were no abnormalities inside the city. They only found heavy anti-attack weapons stored in low-walled buildings. The man orders the soldiers to return immediately. As the battle approached, they thought of ways to make victory less difficult, but the reality is that, in addition to Pomple and the Stuart, Sanhos was in the game. The hero knew that Sanho wouldn't just sit and watch Pomple or the Stuarts be completely overwhelmed. The engineers took 10 days to gather wood to make the weapons, and those were the Comps days before the great battle in Winterfell. One side waited for the weapons to be ready, while the other kept the walls intact until the fight began with Pomple's weapons ready. Catapults were built to be used. Commander Boo wanted to keep up the pace to stay in line. The troop awaited the coordinates to begin dispersal. Gunther asks the chief if they were hiding well enough. The warrior says that on the other side of the wall, there must be soldiers just as determined to die as they were. The stone launchers were already in position and ready to fire. The countdown began. People become increasingly anxious hearing the numbers. Soon after, the captain announces that they could attack, releasing the catapults to be used as mechanisms against the wall. The first stones are launched through the great wooden machines. The sorcerer transformed the stones into fireballs and all of them head toward the wall of Winterfell. The warrior shouts not to let the stones reach the walls, and with their powers they destroy them one by one. The huge chunks of stone become just debris falling from the sky. They explode in the air, having no chance to get near the walls. Richard realizes it would be a war of eye for an eye. The fighter exclaims that most of the stone were intercepted, but Bose tells him to remain calm because the broken debris had hit the guards on the walls, which was a good thing for Pomple's team. The protagonist reflected on human nature, realizing that Talon often turned against its own kind. With a shout of determination, the leader urged his soldiers to advance, ready to face the enemy. With fervor, the commander ordered the charge as his men prepare for the imminent battle. With fervor, the man encouraged his companions, urging them to show their strength and skills in the fight. In Winterfell, tension hung in the air as the leader discussed the critical situation faced by their troops. One of the advisors warned about the disadvantage in aerial cavalry, emphasizing the superiority of the enemy's intelligence. The old strategist calmed those present by explaining that the aerial knights only saw colored spots on the ground. With a plan in mind, the leader suggested using that limitation to deceive the enemy with false information. The strategist observed that the enemy's aerial cavalry feared their heavy weapons, limiting themselves to recon missions. He concluded that the enemy underestimated what was covered, believing they were merely civilian rooftops. Surprised, the soldiers noticed that the real strategy was hidden under the cloth, revealing a bold plan. One of the warriors exclaimed that those buildings were the key to victory essential for the success of the battle. Perplexed, the young man questioned how that was possible since the reports did not mention the enemy heavy weapons. The commander questioned the decision to dress the militia in armor, fearing it would not be enough for defense. He explained that despite the weakness, the strategy was crucial, and the military mind always be alert. Recognizing the disadvantage, he warned that they were facing a strong nation and the loss of the walls was a real possibility. The general predicted that the enemy would use their numerical superiority to overwhelm the defender and scale the walls. With the battle underway, a guard exclaimed that it was necessary to fight smart to ensure survival. The confused leaders wondered why the enemy had stopped upon reaching the wall, suspecting a trap. The war officially began, and the leaders were determined to seize the initial advantage, ready to fight. With a determined look, the old commander ordered everyone to prepare, emphasizing that it was time to counterattack. Confused and alarmed, the soldier looked around, questioning what happened to his companions and weapons. A scream echoed as a sudden attack approached, making the warrior brace for the imminent impact. A concerned officer reported that the site was full of heavy weapons and siege towers, surprising everyone. The alarmed leaders discussed the situation, questioning the report that claimed there was nothing threatening behind the wall. Realizing the betrayal, Bao's ordered the front line to attack, determined to bring down the enemy at any cost. With a command shout, the leader ordered the attack and the fighters prepare for battle. A frustrated officer questioned the absence of the mage, demanding immediate support from the endangered front line. The mages, ready to act, conjured powerful spells, launching magic attacks that lit up the sky in vibrant colors. With a cry of determination, the mages fired divine ice arrows, creating an impressive spectacle on the battlefield. Exhausted, the warrior questioned the effectiveness of the fight, feeling overwhelmed even after so much intense combat. One of the subordinates explained that Winterfell had a device called magical extraction, essential for empowering the mages. The heavy and complex device could not be transported easily, limiting the use of powerful magic on the field. Comparing the fight to children bickering, the character highlighted the resource disparity, reflecting the desperate battle situation. The absence of fire mages was questioned, while another reminded that power comes at a high cost. The mages were focused on recovering their energy, absorbing the surrounding magic as they prepared for the imminent battle. A young man reflected on the surprising disadvantage that absolute strength could bring in a critical situation. Another admired the complexity of Winterfell's strategy, questioning who was responsible for such intelligent planning. While pondering the importance of this crucial siege, the boy felt the pressure and responsibility on his shoulders. With a cry of despair, he realized the battle was about to be lost, increasing the tension. An imposing dragon appeared, roaring fiercely, bringing a new level of threat and despair to the soldiers. Excited, the warrior called his leader, pointing to the sky, alerting him about something important approaching. The sound of a powerful roar echoed through the city as tension rose, making everyone look to the sky in panic. A majestic dragon flew over the building, its scales shining under the moonlight, bringing terror to the inhabitants. Alert, an archer noticed the imminent threat, his serious expression reflecting the gravity of the unfolding situation. The commander shouted retreat orders, his firm voice demanding everyone withdraw or prepare to fight. Confused, the fighters watched the enemy's retreat, questioning why they were pulling back after a single unexpected attack. One of the leaders analyzed the situation, mentioning that distance concerned if the enemies had truly decided to turn back. Urgently, the commander ordered an evacuation, instructing everyone to move away quickly. Running toward the camp, the soldiers sought to understand what happened and the next strategy. An imposing dragon observed the scene as the warriors questioned the decision to retreat, urgently seeking answers. The leader watched with concern, revealing he had seen numerous dragon hunting beasts in Winterfell. One of them explained that the magical weapon created by an alchemist possessed enchantments of impressive speed. He detailed how the rotating tip of the crossbow could break through armor, making it extremely effective in combat. Another young man questioned the number of crossbows, arguing that only 5 were real while the rest were fake. The discussion heated up with one of the subordinates stating that the truth was confused and the opinions contradictory. The warrior accused the young man of being responsible for the situation, reminding him of his arrogance during the attack on the city. The next day, a character announced that the Ripper Army would participate in the next major attack on Winterfell. The young man, surprised and worried, exclaimed a curse word. Realizing the gravity of the approaching situation, a commander warned Richard about the soldiers' obedience, emphasizing that they had no choice in their orders. Determined, Richard decided to remind the commander of the seriousness of the situation. He expressed his concern, stating that if the siege failed again, all hell could break loose on them. The commander affirmed that if the siege failed again, perhaps all hell would fall upon them. He then warned that the next siege would begin in 4 days. New York dates had arrived for the Lord. 3 legions of 12,000 men would arrive in Winterfell, including the Lights, the Thunderbolt. The old man stated that Winterfell must already be surrounded by so many Pompeians that reinforcements wouldn't be able to reach the city. Taking notes, he noted that the reinforcements would arrive in 3 days. 3 days passed and a group of warriors gathered at the city entrance. Anxious, they observed a figure approaching as the torchlight illuminated the path, revealing the tension. The leader introduced himself as Thunderbolts and asked for permission to enter the city, seeking urgent help. Expressing concern, one of the warriors mentioned that 3 legions were on their way, but had faced problems. The leader questioned the situation, requesting urgent information, worried about the safety of the warriors. A soldier reflected on the communication between the troops. As uncertainty settled in, the darkness of night brought unrest, and the men took no precautions, ignoring the danger surrounding them. With growing unease, the warrior wondered about the origin of a strange feeling hidden in that darkness. The man asked if they could enter. The Lord made a hand gesture, signaling something to his subordinate. Holding a torch, he asked the figure to take his army back since it was only a matter of time before Winterfell fell. However, the knight eagerly announced that a dragon knight would come to support them. He reaffirmed that it would be Count Coram and the Golden Dragon. Despite this, the old man knew that Leon had been accidentally killed in battle while leading a siege against the dragon. Revealing his face, the figure showed that even the dead could lead armies. The leader observed the fallen legions, reflecting on the defeat and the critical situation they were facing. Speaking of cannibalism, a man described the Mac experience of consuming the flesh and blood of enemies. Seeking to understand what happened to the capital, the command asked about the emergency transfer. The mysterious soldier responded evasively, stating that the information was not necessary for the leader. Tension rose as a warrior warned of imminent death, creating a desperate atmosphere. The leader ordered a retreat, realizing that the situation had become unsustainable and survival was the priority. Touching his neck, the man felt intense pain as the tension increased around him. He wondered what had happened, realizing he was losing consciousness and reality was distorting. A scene shifted to the castle where shadowy figures gathered, warning about the critical situation. Cries of despair echoed as the guard realized the imminent threat approaching the walls. The night became chaotic with the city in turmoil as the fate of the characters unfolded. Feeling a growing unease, the fighter looked to the sky. As the night grew tense, he heard a distant scream, questioning whether someone had fallen into a dangerous and unusual place. When the situation spiraled out of control, the leader ordered everyone to prepare for the imminent attack on the fortress. The warriors gathered, ready for battle as war cries echoed in the darkness. Worried about the strategy, a fight reminded them that they were on a stealthy and risky mission. Another warrior scoffed, suggesting they need not worry because victory was near and inevitable. Lord Richard expressed frustration, realizing that his ally had been placed in a vulnerable and risky position. As they walked, the character asked what the enemy was planning. Anxious for the fight, Gunther pointed to the horizon, alerting his leader to the presence of enemies in the distance. The leader watched intently, feeling the situation becoming clearer and his mind calming. Hesitant, Richard realized that the characters didn't seem to be advancing as expected, creating a new concern. Growing suspicious, he realized they were actually fleeing, running for their lives. In a group and very frightened, the men kept running desperately, from a distance, Gunther and Richard observed that devastated scene. They concluded that this could be a victory for them, something positive. The next day, and the moon was one of happiness. Defeated, Ba died of envy of the boy who had won without practically fighting any battle. The character reflect on where the 300,000 civilians of Winterfell could have gone. Dracula informs his lord that he could feel thunder ring inside the city. Speaking softly, the lord gave the task of retrieving the object before the entrance ceremony ended. With an excuse, the two ran off, saying that Richard had a stomach hack and was going to the bathroom. Inside the commander's office, the environment was filled with old documents and objects that told forgotten stories. Richard held the ring, thinking it was too simple for not having any magical crystal or ornament that drew attention. Calmly, he began storing the object in his coat, feeling that it could have a deeper meaning in the future. As the news approached, the Tobu worried about not raising suspicion. Suddenly, a huge hand emerged from beneath the earth. Still walking, he reflected on the fact that people had simply left. Richard stopped, noticing something strange. Dracula asked the chief what he was sensing. Looking at a simple house, he said he couldn't believe such a decaying house existed in such a prestigious neighborhood. The two decided to enter out of curiosity about the secrets the old house might be hiding. The house had belonged to a fallen military aristocrat whose story of glory and tragedy still echoed through the walls. Noticing a light, Dracula believed there might be a secret treasure behind the red brick wall. Asking him to step back, the Lord warned that he was going to break the wall. Creating an explosion, he destroyed the wall, generating a cloud of dust and debris that spread quickly. Then 5 characters appeared standing, emerging from the shadows with serious expressions and ready for the imminent confrontation. Noticing that movement, the two already suspected it could be a trap and grew increasingly afraid until Hendra remembered that this was the private residence of General Sudav, who lived a simple life. He stated that the old man in the middle was General Sudav. Opening his mouth, the man tried to speak, but his words came out confused and hard to clearly understand. Richard tried to comprehend what he was saying, striving to grasp each word and its deeper meaning. Then Sudav ordered the two to run as fast as possible, warning them of the imminent danger approaching. Unnoticed, a dead man was behind the two characters, slowly moving toward them. Upon hearing the noise, Richard turned, immediately feeling a surge of adrenaline as he prepared for the confrontation. Preparing his sword, he struck the zombie with a precise blow, eliminating the threat behind them. With a bad feeling, the Lord ordered his subordinate to return to the camp and keep everyone alert. Richard would stay in the house to discover more about the undead and understand their dark and mysterious secrets. Turning his back, Dracula left, leaving a trail of shadow and mysteries hanging in the air. The protagonist wanted to extract as much information as possible from Commander Sudav, seeking answers to his intriguing questions. The creatures were dangerous and immortal, and the only way to escape was under the sacred light. Sudav added that once the sacred light shield was activated, it should last for 12 hours, which is why they remained locked inside. With no time to lose, the character asked the young man to take him to the commander. Everyone left the house heading toward the camp on their way, and there were several undead ready to attack. They were former residents of Winterfell who only appeared at night because they feared the light. Richard asked if the 300,000 inhabitants were turning into those things, but Sudav said no. Furthermore, the captain mentioned that the city had received 150,000 new men. Reasoning, the protagonist calculated that there could be 450,000 undead roaming in that city. The imminent clash between the groups was approaching. When asked if he was afraid, Richard said he considered them only slightly better than civilians, warning that the undead were very sensitive to elemental fluctuations, but one asked them not to use sacred power. The red-haired man warned that they should aim for the head to hit the enemies. With the order of the protagonist dashed ahead, using his giant sword to cut down all the creatures, attacking them in his own way. Finding the fight easy, the commander warned that it wouldn't be like this all the time and that the undead in Taurian armor were the strongest zombie warriors. Sudav explained that they didn't suffer from pain or fatigue and also possessed the weapon skills and physical abilities of the living. And to top it off, there were thousands of them in the city. While they argued, more enemies appeared. For the fight, Sad, the girl with pink hair, said she wanted to cast the whole cross to heal, but couldn't. At that moment, the girl's powers were useless. Upon ordering everyone to stay close to him, the woman leaped onto the Lord. Back. Together, they all attacked at the same time. The protagonist's abilities were so invincible that he fought while the woman clung to him. In the middle of combat, she tried to cast a few spells. Fighting bravely, the characters began to approach the camp. On the other side, their friends returned, bringing with them several undead. When trying to use an elemental power, the woman did not allow it. Richard's people began shooting arrows at the horrid creatures. Tired of fleeing, they finally reached the camp. Gunther was curious to know more about the creatures, and the lore warned that all 400,000 people of Winterfell had turned into those things. Now all the characters were trapped, surrounded by the undead. The creatures were locked inside the city and could not leave to avoid infecting more people. To avoid delays during the escape, it decided to leave even the food behind. Apprehensive, the young man asked Dracula where Checo was, seeking answers about the missing friends' whereabouts. Bedrick, with a glowing amulet in his hand, revealed that it allowed one to see clearly in the dark of night. Attentive, Ba noticed the approach of the stewards, who were stealthily moving behind the protagonist. However, Richard realized that this delicate matter should be discussed at another time away from curious eyes. The Lord informed them about the zombie warriors, who were the strongest and most feared. In the night sky, Rick claimed to have found something important, arousing his companion's curiosity. Surprised, the two looked at the house's roof, where shadows moved, generating a sense of apprehension. A zombie warrior in shining armor watched intently, ready for battle. The zombie warriors came down from the roof relentlessly. They were heading toward the people on the ground. Bedrick thought that since they were zombies, they couldn't be that fast. A dragon's roar echoed through the air. The three characters began to discuss what kind of dragon it could be and who its owner was, but they didn't reach a consensus. Commander Seidel hoped it wasn't Koron's dragon since he had a golden one. Looking to the sky, he waited for the figure to appear. It was a giant zombie driving with exposed bones. Now they knew it was an indestructible dragon. Not knowing what to do, they all started running. They decided they would split up and meet at the next intersection. Terrified, the stewards also fooled. The characters were already tired and out of breath from so much running. They decided they would rest a little, thinking they were far from the undead. They observed the city, which was in complete silence. Sensing something strange, Bedrick asked why the undead weren't chasing them. But the truth was that the creatures were pursuing Lord Richard. He decided he would defend himself with his giant sword. Prepared to fight the zombie warriors, he began destroying all the zombie warriors, delivering powerful blows and showing his unshakable determination. But they were powerful with their weapons and armor, making the battle harder than he imagined. Meanwhile, Corleone's dragon continued flying overhead, watching the fight with interest and attention. From afar, he observed the battle, evaluating the situation and waiting for the right moment to intervene. Richard thought the dragon was afraid of him because it had withdrawn to a safe distance. He still didn't know how he could defend himself against something that flies. Dracula gave the chief a tip, saying that the ring grants the Titan the ability to manipulate lightning and chi element. The boy quickly understood that he might be able to fly, but he still didn't know how to activate the ring. Just as he was about to reveal the secret he held, a precise arrow struck his heart brutally. From atop the roof, the zombie warrior did his job with impressive precision, leaving no trace. Running hurriedly to his wounded friend, Richard tried to help him, but the situation had already become desperate. Unfortunately, it was too late for any help, as Richard's friend was gravely wounded and did not survive. The man asked Heder to bring the Stone of Destiny, but it was at the previous camp. They had left the stone behind after the order to discard everything heavy. Desperate and not knowing how to save Dracula, Richard felt powerless in the face of the grave situation he was facing. He remembered with longing the good moments he had spent alongside the friend who was once his mortal enemy. Richard deeply regretted not being able to protect Dracula, feeling guilty for not acting in time. Meanwhile, the mysterious stone of destiny suddenly appeared before his eyes, bringing new hope. He had it with her the whole time. If she couldn't leave something so valuable behind. Crying with emotion, the protagonist thanks his friend for her wisdom. Carefully positioning the magical stone over the wound, the boy hopes it will bring the necessary healing to Dracula. He places the stone directly into Dracula's heart, feeling a wave of energy pulse through his body. Surprisingly, the stone begins to transform Dracula into a powerful blood knight, awakening extraordinary abilities. However, his eyes remain closed as if he were in a deep sleep, awaiting the right moment to awaken. Until, in a sudden and unexpected moment, his eyes open and glow intensely, red like spilled blood. Meanwhile, the war rages on fiercely, but the allies, bravely fighting, keep all evil away from them. Dracula wakes up as if he had slept for 100 years. Now, Richard would be able to learn how to best use the ring. Back to life, the soldier states that he would need a drop of blood from the descendants of the Titan. Immediately, he calls for Chico, his faithful friend, who had always been by his side in difficult times. With the pet resting on his leg, he firmly holds a gleaming sharp dagger. Promising not to hurt him, the protagonist makes a small cut on his paw. Then, he carefully pours a drop of blood onto the ring, believing it will bring special power. Anxious and full of expectation, he hopes something extraordinary will happen at any moment, breaking the surrounding silence. But everything remains extremely still, as if the world were holding its breath in anticipation of what's to come. Turning to the animal, he asks if he wasn't a descendant of a Titan. A loud thunderbolt cuts through the dark sky, echoing like a warning that something powerful is about to happen. And, apparently, the spell begins to take effect, surrounding everything nearby in a magical and intense energy. Checo is struck by a beam of glowing blue light that shines intensely and transforms the atmosphere. He transforms into a giant, furry creature with wings. Despite his body having grown, Richard realizes that the animal's personality is still the same. He mounts Chico and together they courageously set out for war, ready to face any challenge that arises. Ordering Cho to fly high, the two launch into the attack, determined to fight for victory and freedom. Flapping his great wing powerfully to gain momentum, Checo prepares to take flight toward the battle. Finally, the beast manages to leave the ground, rising majestically and powerfully, ready to face the enemies in the sky. Watching from the ground, the stewards discuss what that different creature flying in the night could be. Commander Sid gives his guess, saying it could be Lord Richard. Cororium's dragon and Richard with his pet are now face to face. He fires a weapon at his opponent, claiming it's a gift. The weapon hits the dragon skeleton directly. Richard is already preparing the second attack and begin to use his elemental power. Meanwhile, Coron uses some defensive tactics. The zombies grin intensely, watching the enemy's movements. Distracted, he doesn't notice an attack coming from the right, and it strikes his dragon with full force. The Lord reveals the infinite number of weapons he possessed. As Checo flew, he fired various instruments. Angrily, the zombie realizes the boy is drawing death. The dragon lets out an intense roar, but the furry creature dodges. Richard notices that his opponent could send out waves. Meanwhile, Checo tries to say something to his master. He's trying to warn him that he has the ability to shoot lightning. Impressed by the recent discovery, Richard finds it incredible. From the animal's eyes emerge bright and intense lights ready to unleash devastating power upon the enemies. 2. Begin firing powerful lightning bolts. Cho concentrates, channeling all the magical energy he has within. But before completing the action, the skeleton dragon was already beside the two, threatening and imposing. Accelerating a bit more, Checo fires his lightning bolts with precision, striking the enemies with terrifying force. They head toward the giant dragon and pierce completely through its body. Impressed, Richard is proud of his Titan god. He wanted the animal to keep fighting, showing all the powers it possessed. And that's exactly what Checo does by firing more lightning. Richard holds firmly onto his friend. The skeletal dragon was already full holes after being hit by so many powers. Richard commands that it's time for the final attack. At last, they were going to end the battle. Holding his breath, Checo waits for the final order to strike. But the creature has no more strength, releasing only a faint light. Panting, Chico can barely breathe properly. Regaining its strength, Koron's dragon returns to the front line, but the lore is faster, dodging the attack. Even with all its bones broken, the dragon flew at if nothing was wrong, and it kept going. After the fight, Richard ordered his pet to start fleeing, thinking the skeleton dragon wouldn't be able to catch up. But before they could get far, the creature was already preparing its next roar. They began to retreat, running in zigzag, but it was an intense chase, and the protagonist needed to think of a solution. Looking ahead, he had a pleasant surprise. There was a gang with his dragon flying nearby. Richard immediately asked the boy for help. Fearing the death of his dragon, which was reaching maturity, the boy refused to enter the battle. Meanwhile, the chase continued, and the skeletal dragon was already behind the characters. With no fear at all, Richard leaped onto the creature's back. Supporting himself with his feet, he came face to face with Koron. He won a face-to-face fight. Running while holding their swords, the two drew closer. Coral tried to strike him but failed, missing his attack against the fearless young warrior. The boy stood with his sword on the back of the skeletal dragon, ready for that decisive attack. He drove the sword and, with all his strength, focusing on delivering a deadly and precise blow. With the fatal strike, the young warrior hit the opponent's head precisely, causing a devastating impact. The enemy was launched far away by the force of the blow. As Richard watched his triumphant victory, even without a head, he did not give up and jumped toward the boy who thought that cutting off the head would be enough. After the powerful blow, he lost his balance unexpectedly, losing stability and control over the dragon, and in a wild movement, he fell from the dragon, feeling adrenaline and fear as he plummeted toward the ground. Quickly, Richard fell from the sky. His allies looked up, but no one could help him. Cheka realized his master needed his help and headed toward him. Egwene, dragon, received the order to attack. Brave and afraid at the same time, the boy went into battle. With a weapon, he tried to hit the skeletal dragon, which let out a fierce roar as Richard was rescued. The protagonist asked Chika to launch him back onto the dragon, saying he knew where to strike it. Korra, headless, remained in the same spot. Mocking, he made a joke about the fact that he had no head, but now he knew that the warrior and the dragon were one. Upon realizing the discovery, the zombie warrior tried to stop him, but he used an elemental power, making his sword triple in size, piercing straight through the creature's skull. With the impact, Richard landed on Chico's back. While observing the destruction he had caused, the two fled, dodging the skeleton's debris. Everyone who had been fighting in the battle was already very tired, when suddenly, the remains of the enormous creature hit the remaining soldiers. Bedrick realized it was the indestructible dragon. With few undead left, the soldiers regained their energy and charged into the attack. Back on the ground, he ordered Gunther to retrieve the treasures from the dragon. The girl ran off without thinking of the consequences, driven by adrenaline and the instinct to survive. Looking at the system, the Lord realized he had reached level 80, an impressive milestone in his journey, but he didn't know why he had come so far, feeling confused and intrigued. Moreover, he noticed he had received a new set, a reward that could change his appearance and abilities, and he decided to do the update, changing his clothes to suit the new level and challenges ahead. Rick was impressed with the new outfit of his friend who had just returned from the sky. Remembering something important, he said, that his sword was left in the dragon's head and he needed to retrieve it. Racing across the field, he passed various undead, this time truly dead, until he finally found what he was looking for. Placing his feet on the dragon's body, he tried to pull out his sword. At that very moment, he noticed a golden light in the dragon's skull. He wondered if there could really be a hidden treasure there, something that could change his life forever. Looking more closely, the protagonist began to doubt what he was really seeing before his eyes. What seemed like a simple object now revealed itself as a dragon embryo, something extraordinary and rare. He was stunned by the discovery, feeling a mix of fear and fascination before such a mystical and intriguing creature. Soon his hands approached, eager to touch and explore what could become a grand adventure in his life. He thought he would find a piece of pure crystal, but found something alive. He wanted to sprinkle some holy water for purification, but the hatchling asked him not to kill it. The creature named Thutmose began to communicate. He had not been exterminated because his essence was that of a golden dragon who became an undead before growing his third head. That's why he survived the dragon crystal. Now he would temporarily be housed inside a dragon crystal, becoming property of the Lord of Fortress Gausen. The creature, trying to be useful, begged desperately not to be killed, revealing his vulnerability and fragility. Sensing the creature's desperation, Richard decided not to kill it, opting for a more compassionate choice. He decided to hide his discovery, fearing the consequences of revealing the existence of the dragon embryo. The next day, the troops were resting in their tents, enjoying a moment of peace and tranquility. Richard walked calmly through the camp, reflecting on his decisions and what he had found the night before. When Lord Egwene approached, he greeted Richard, stating that he was a true hero of the battle. Curious, the Lord asked what the boy was doing in that place. Intrigued by his presence, crying, Richard replied that a man who withdrew from combat could never be considered a true knight. He also informed him that General Pinto was waiting for him in the temporary headquarters, demanding his immediate presence. Upon entering the dark tent, Richard felt a heavy atmosphere as if secrets were hidden there. Inside the tent, he noticed countless bottles on shelves, each one containing mystery and untold stories. Smiling, the old man called him a dragon hunter. While sinking into his drink, he informed that, due to the presence of the undead, the officers of Pomple and Stewart had to prioritize cooperative combat. The man praised the boy's deed from the previous night, saying it was impressive, but he was interested in something else. He wanted to know about the piece of gold dried in crystal, but obviously that character wouldn't give him anything. Keeping his decision firm and unshakable in the situation, skillfully lying, he stated that he had searched carefully, but found nothing there, hiding the truth from everyone. With anger in his eyes, the man said that was impossible, since dragons without a dragon crystal could become undead. Trying to stall a bit more, the boy said he was still thinking. Telling another lie, he said he was inexperienced in killing dragon, which is why he ended up breaking the crystal. Sidiv stated that no one should make hasty judgments since Ian came from a very poor background. Akavang came from a family of knights, not nobility. Ivang's family was saved thanks to the dragon. The same applied to Richard, who was just a bastard. At that moment, the protagonist was shocked to learn that the commander knew that information. Stagg informed that until the undead incident was resolved, the two countries would remain at peace. Now, the hero could finally return to Fortress Shin in peace. Relieved after so many difficulties faced, the intense cold spread across the landscape, turning the environment into a breathtaking and silent winter scene. As the characters returned to Fortress Gausen, they felt the anticipation of reuniting with their homes and friends. Upon arriving home, the man was stunned to see that snow covered everything around. Entering his house, the protagonist didn't recognize the place, as if everything had completely changed. He assumed a renovation had taken place, wondering what could have caused so many changes in his home. Happy to see her friend Annie and Mrs. Buckland mentioned that they had renovated the place inside and out. She informed him that the food was ready and everyone could sit down to eat. While enjoying the meal, Richard recounted the experiences of the past months, from the Blood Knights to the dazzling siege outside Winterfell and the hordes of undead in the fight against a dragon. The conversation continued cheerfully into the night, with laughter and stories being shared by all. The excited protagonist remembered to show what he had received, eager to share his incredible discovery. He threw onto the table his new pet, which was inside the glowing dragon crystal. Mrs. Buckland stated that the nature of the miniature dragon should be closer to an enemy than to a soul. Seeing their impressed reactions, he stated that he took it from an undead dragon. At that moment, Mrs. Buckland grew increasingly interested in seeing the dragon's body. Intrigued by the creature stated that it was still too weak to bear such a large and heavy body. Richard felt upset due to all his effort to bring the skeleton, feeling that it had been in vain, but the creature had a brilliant idea that could change the situation and surprise everyone present. It decided to transfer its essence to the skeletons that were on the table, creating something new. Everyone watched attentively, curious about what would happen to the skeletons and the magic involved. Meanwhile, the figure of a chicken was slowly being constructed, taking shape before their amazed eyes. Suddenly, the chicken began to fly in the middle of the room, surprising everyone with its unexpected ability. Having an idea, he thought he could use a reconnaissance chicken in battle, but he would talk about that later, ordering the creature to return to the dragon crystal. Now that it was dark, Dracula decided to reveal the second secret, creating an atmosphere of mystery and anticipation. He ordered someone to enter, increasing the tension in the air as everyone waited anxiously for the revelation. Removing his cloak, Dracula began to show his face, revealing features that left everyone astonished. Annie and Mrs. Buchan were impressed with what they saw, not knowing how to react to the scene. They thought it was Dracula's sister, a female version of him reflecting his appearance and aura. But Richard explained that it was him. And he had been acting strangely since the Stone of Destiny was used to resurrect him. Sadly, he said he could no longer see the sunlight, feeling his skin burn during the day, which is why he only came out at night. He also mentioned that he had a very small appetite and slept all day. He was also afraid of holy water, which made him sweat like a living dead. To clear some doubts, he called Thutmose. He wanted to know why he had become indestructible, as well as the people of Winterfell. He said that his master would find all the answers he sought in the Book of the Undead, a grimoire with 190 necromant spells. It was known as the Grimoire of the Undead. It was so evil that not even an empire could stop the people who developed it. It would not be possible to travel back in time and eliminate the Titans due to the limited level of magic, which meant that the Grimoire of the Undead had been made by the Titan, and that they practiced the art of necromancy. She was shocked by the information. She believed necromancy was too obscure and dangerous. Mrs. Buckland explained that magic itself was neither good nor evil. It depended on who used it and for what purposes. But the hero did not share this opinion. He believed that necromancy toyed with the soul, thus being prone to inspire evil in heart. The Book of the Dead was the best proof that this type of magic should be forbidden, since the premonition of the tragic death of the baby Titans gave that book a powerful advantage, and for him that was evil enough. In the era of the Tiger Woman, there were numerous bone dragons. A human necromancer would be unable to turn an entire city into undead without the book. She remembered that the Church of Sacred Light recycled and destroyed that artifact years ago, but none of those things were a cause for concern for the woman. For Richard, the reappearance of the undead was no small matter. Changing the subject, the protagonist revealed that he was now an ambassador of Pomple. He had been chosen by His Majesty Sagras, who wanted him to finish the work that had been started. There was still one more thing he had to say to his colleague. With him furious, he revealed that he wanted to expand his army quickly. He knew that the number of people in the system was not infinite, contributing to his elite army. He wanted to improve the system's capacity and increase his reputation in the world. In a short time, his love increased drastically due to having killed a dragon. He wanted to turn his fortress into a nation. The man stated he wanted to expand to around 3,000 people. She informed him that in that case, the population would have to increase by 10,000 people to make food supply feasible. It would not be possible to buy food from outside due to the arrival of spring and the rise in prices. In addition, it took a long time to grow herds and clear more land. The Lord was shocked by everything that would have to be done. Mrs. Buckland emphasized that he should do what he could with the money he had and not be so insistent. The character informed that a load full of gold and silver coins had arrived, adding up to a total of 200,000 gold coins, which left the protagonist euphoric. The woman didn't understand how they had gotten so many coins, considering 50,000 total the reward for killing a dragon. The rest came from the dragon's nest. Annie came closer, ready to tell Richard something. She announced that her maternal tribe of prairie elves with around 400 people wanted to join Fortress Gausen. Narrowing her eyes, she emphasized that she wasn't doing this for money. Ordering the girl not to spoil it, the Lord became interested in those skilled archers and swordsmen. They were 10 miles away. Determined, the Lord wanted to go to the area to fetch them. In the elf tribe they were cooking, wondering if Annie had already made the proposal. Upon meeting her maternal side, she introduced her grandmother named Lady Melissa, who said that Annie had mentioned the protagonist was arrogant, gluttonous, and seductive. He started laughing upon hearing those adjectives, while the girl becomes embarrassed. Observing some boxes, he asks if there was any treasure inside them. As he approaches to see what it was about, it turns out to be a wasp nest considered very valuable to the elves. In fact, the lady explains that they were bees and that all of them were fond of honey. Those bees were called Pagani bees and helped attack enemies. Richard says they should expand the breeding scale and monopolize the honey business in Pump. Annie comments that the queen bee was very picky with food and only ate nectar made from narcissus pollen. Intrigued, the protagonist notices the superior reproduction techniques. While walking, the women commented that the archers there didn't seem to be very good, since the most important thing for one was the strength to pierce arm with high precision. Looking at them, they noticed they were very thin and didn't have much strength. Back at Goshen Fortress, Richard ordered the gates to be raised for their new inhabitants. His only condition was for the young male elves to become archers. But the matriarch did not comply with his request. The elves loved peace and hated war, so the condition was not accepted. While sitting in her chair, Lady Melissa reinforced that they could not be enlisted for military service. During those days, she mourned that they were a bit weak and that their strength and endurance were below normal. The protagonist is confused after having heard several accounts of powerful elves in heavy cavalry, and he asks how they were able to receive such original training as good shooters. Asking to keep it a secret, the lady requests that go to a more private place. The power of the ancient elves was related to the worker bees. She asked if he knew anything about the Moria tattoos, and he says no. Explaining further, she says, was a unique elven technique of drawing body tattoos using Moria venom as material. The tattoos do not normally appear only when they are activated. Thus, the powers of the elves increase drastically due to those tattoos. But due to the drop in narcissus production, it was not possible to make many drawings on the elves. She says there were only 3 elves left capable of doing this successfully. Richard realizes that if he could grow Narcissus, he would have much stronger and more skilled elves. Lady Melissa agrees with the boy. Laughing, he turned his back after learning the secret. After doing some research, the tiger woman states that Richard could make dozens of dragon armors with the bone. Annoyed, Annie wants to understand why all the elves were practicing tattoo. That now the backs of cows in Gosh Fortress were painted with strange drawings. Then the girl reinforces that the main reason to restrict the tattoo was the lack of material, not the lack of skill. With each question asked, she becomes angrier. The elf states it would be impossible to grow Narcissus unless it was near a moon well due to its toxicity. Standing up, he says he was going to explain something important to her, awakening her curiosity and interest in the conversation. He asked her to accompany him, creating anticipation about what he was about to reveal. Walking through a cold place while holding a fire torch, the Lord carefully guides the women. Opening a curtain, he reveals something surprising that leaves everyone amazed and intrigued by the discovery. They were white vases filled with narcissus flowers that shone intensely, contrasting with the frozen surroundings. The intense cold spread through the region, making the air frosty and the atmosphere even more magical and mysterious. 2 characters talked about digging a ditch near the river to divert water in the spring. They realized that due to bubbles rising from beneath the ice, there could be fish in a stagnant salt lake. Observing more closely, there seems to be something swimming beneath the surface, arousing the curiosity of the present characters. After seeing it more clearly, the warrior warns that everyone should escape the situation quickly. Suddenly, a gust of wind hits them, and they are thrown into the sky. Surprised, returning to the elf, she cannot believe Richard had managed to collect so many narcissus in such a short time. But that was a specialty of the generals of Gaussian Fortress, who used fertilization spells to grow plants. Annie continued to be impressed with the plants, admiring the beauty and variety that Richard had brought with him. Richard explains that different plants have specific requirements for their growth. Soil, requiring special care to thrive. That's why fertilization could make the land fertile, causing any type of plant to evolve quickly. Curious, Annie asked how he could know so many cultivation and fertilization techniques. Intrigued by his knowledge, he says it was common to use fertilization spells on plants around the fortress where he learned everything. These techniques were so effective that they should be called sacred fertilization, recognized by all experienced cultivators. At that moment, the girl asks for that information to be shared with her grandmother, who could provide archers to help. Gaussian Fortress is still covered in snow. creating a dazzling and frozen landscape. Around, some soldiers are seen standing outside the gate, waiting for orders and observing the surroundings. They were the stewards waiting for the boy around noon, ready to assist him on his journey. Even though it was late, the boy was still tired from the previous night spent with the elves and activities. They were practicing tattoo together, sharing stories and tradition that strengthened their bonds and friendships. He thinks that at his full level, his old lady was almost as rigid as an impenetrable armor. Changing the subject, the red-haired man asks him to hurry, worried about the time. As he turns to enter the fortress, the centaur woman calls out to him desperately. Alarmed, a hand had been found near the river, which had been broken by a large, mysterious hole. Analyzing the cuts, the Lord knows they couldn't have been made by the jungle aboriginals. So, he ordered Thutmose to awaken from his sleep and go into the sky to see if there was anything suspicious nearby. He didn't believe anyone was looking for trouble with his people, feeling offended and concerned about the situation. Upon arriving at the site, everyone observed the immense hole in the ice that seemed to have appeared suddenly. Making observations, Richard begins to think that the place is very close to where he was born. Recognizing everything flying, the small dragon brings information that he spotted strange snake men attacking from the north. Alarming everyone, the girl comments that those creatures looked a lot like the undead, stirring feelings of fear and apprehension. The cowboys are already in attack position while the stewards offer help in the fight against the creatures, but Richard knows he is capable of handling everything alone. Confident in his abilities and strength, he states that the kind of thing he could solve, a single punch didn't intimidate him. He shows the full power of his sword, wielding it with skill and determination in the face of the imminent threat. With a precise strike, he slices the creatures in half, demonstrating his skill and courage in battle. Dunth notices that their faces were covered with bandages, revealing a very disgusting and repulsive appearance. Frightened, the small dragon already knew what it was, recognized the gravity of the situation they faced. Upon removing the cloths, long point ears are revealed, confirming the identity of the creatures before them. Desperate, he decides to tell his master what he knows. Feeling the urgency to warn him of the danger, he reveals that those undead were once elves, a revelation that leaves everyone in shock and horror. After removing the bandages, the creature is analyzed more closely, arousing the curiosity of everyone present. Making a joke, Richard comments that if it weren't so bald and shriveled, it would be a pretty elf. Those undead were half snake and half elf, a strange and disturbing combination that intrigued the group. They didn't understand how that was possible, being something extremely new and unexpected for everyone involved. Judging by the exterior, they realized it was an artificial undead created by some kind of magic. The boy couldn't stand encountering undead anymore, feeling increasingly disturbed by the situation. Then the small dragon warned that there were half-orc elves, a revelation that left everyone in shock. He explains that during the time of the Old Elven Empire, the mages chose to avoid the effects of the tidal collapse. The protagonist interrupts him, mentioning the tattoos, but that had nothing to do with what they were discussing. At that moment, the dragon reports that they used another type of ability different from the ones they knew until then. He says they tried to directly alter the bloodline to make elves into a new race of orc elves. That's why he was sure those creatures existed and weren't just mythology or legends. It was incredible to think about the union of a strong orc physique with the powerful magic of an elf. The real problem lay with the noble, pure-blooded elves obsessed with the ethical issue of half-bloods because they looked more like orcs than elves. They were rejected by the kingdom and despised by all. They then decided to put an end to the hybrid experiment, which resulted in the fall of the Elven Empire. The Empire had no orc elves as a means of defense, which led to its final ruin. He also says that his ancestor tried to create a lineage of dragon elves seeking power and wisdom. Curious, the boy asks what the result of that experiment was, intrigued by the story he was hearing, and he informs him that it had worked, but the creature was idiot, intellectually incapable of understanding everything. That movement was against the law of nature and was not approved by the stewards, who were conservatives, but they still didn't know how the orc elves had turned into mummies, a mystery yet to be solved. Their weapons were very new, indicating that something recent was happening in the region and needed to be investigated. After thinking for a while, the Lord makes a decision. Determined to uncover the truth behind everything, he wanted to dig up the bottom of that river and discover where all those people had really come from. He orders his subordinates to come to the river to help with the excavation, ready to work with knowledge and curiosity. The crowd began digging into the ground, eager for new discovery. Every day after that, at noon, several snake elves would jump out to try to surprise them, but were eliminated. 3 days later, Luby's group finally dug to the bottom, revealing secrets buried long ago. Unable to wait, Lord Richard wanted to take a look at the possible discoveries they had found. Lebby warned the chief that there was something strange down there, something that didn't seem normal. Upon entering, the man finds nothing mysterious, but the feeling that something was there lingered in the air until his eyes widen as he notices an intense and bright force emanating from inside the hole. Everyone is fascinated by the discovery and not knowing what to expect from the rift in space they had found, but the site it connected to was still unknown to all, generating a mix of curiosity and apprehension among those present. Giving firm orders, Richard expresses his desire to enter the rift, determined to discover what was there. Suddenly, Checker jumps off his shoulders and heads toward the light, surprising everyone with his courage. Everyone is shocked by the pet's sudden action, not knowing what to expect next. Fiddling with the system, the master declares he would go in to take a look while the rest would stay outside. He said there was no need for any kind of concern, since he would return in 15 minutes. Standing in front of the rift, he held his weapon, prepared for any eventuality that might arise. Suddenly, the landscape changes to a tropical forest climate, surprising everyone with its lush beauty. The trees were very tall and green, creating a magical and mysterious environment around them. But he was not alone. His subordinates had secretly followed and worried about his safety in the new land. They did not feel comfortable letting him go into the unknown, completely alone, fearing for his life. Checo reappears minutes later and gets scolded by his master, who was worried about his safety. They decide to explore the surroundings, not observing any immediate danger that could threaten them. The Lord could not understand how a place of immeasurable beauty could be capable of producing undead. Returning to the rift, they decide to leave the strange land, feeling that something was wrong with the environment. But the protagonist comes face to face with a bright light that momentarily blinds and confuses him. With his hands on his head, he realizes he cannot return, feeling trapped in a complicated situation. After 15 minutes, more soldiers appear, offering help, ready to support Richard on his journey. After half an hour, a few more cross the rift, bringing reinforcements and increasing the tension at the site. Him, the Stegosaurus, and the lizard men arrive at the location looking for the master of Goshen Fortress. All his people had crossed the rift in search of Richard, concerned for his well-being, and now they were all trapped in that forest, not knowing how to return home or what to do. Angrily, the sorceress screamed that everyone was going to die because of that idiot, blaming Richard for the situation. Annie informs them that she asked Buckland and her grandmother to take care of the fortress during their absence, ensuring protection. The woman with pink hair says she feels a great elemental intensity in that place, something unusual and intriguing. Even the elemental tides were higher there, indicating a powerful magical force present in the forest. An arrow is fired toward Richard, flying quickly in his direction and surprising everyone. He turns in time to stop it with his hand, saying it was just a harmless arrow. After some time, a man approaches the strangers, observing them with interest and curiosity in his eyes. Crossing his arms, he says the boy's reaction was spectacular. Admiring Richard's courage, he states that they were in his territory, establishing his presence and authority over the situation. He introduces himself as Sendon, a name that resonated with power and mystery among those present in the forest. Richard also states his name, establishing initial contact and trying to understand the situation they were in. He asks if all those people were part of his army, pointing to the centaur woman beside him. Confused, he asks what kind of centaur the girl was, since he only knew mammoth orcs and rhino orcs. Thinking out loud, the protagonist reflects on how the man could have such ancient and outdated perceptions of races. He begins to think that races and legacies previously recognized as extinct could survive in that mysterious place. Meanwhile, the stranger claims to be a man of the tiger spirit from the Wild Spirit clan, but it was something unknown to those people who had no knowledge of such ancient clans and traditions. Pointing at the equipment, he says their weapons were much more modern than his. Finally, he wants to know the origin of those outsiders. Confident, Lord Richard states that they came from that silver vortex, managing to enter without obstacles but unable to return. But that passage had been abandoned a long time ago. At that moment, the man decided it would be better to take everyone to his clan in search of help. The people followed the mysterious man, complaining that it was difficult to walk on that narrow and long path. The tribe was about 5 kilometers away, and everyone was eager to arrive quickly. As they walked, Senadan explained that a wild spirit represents the purest essence of nature. They declared themselves the wildest of spirits with a deep connection to the earth and the sky. There were a total of 12 tribes, each named after a specific animal. They arrive at the late forest, inhabited by more than 30,000 tiger spirits and giants. Annie was shocked to hear that giants inhabited the forest, something she never imagined to be true. Soon after, they arrive at the tribe and Richard was enchanted to see so many tree houses. He discovered that the elder lived in the largest tree, an imposing place full of wisdom. The soldiers were surprised to realize that the tribe used only wooden and stone tools. Seated at the table, the elder expressed curiosity about each people present at that moment, asking for help. He said he lived on the other side of the time tunnel, seeking to return. However, the wise old man informed them that this was impossible as the entrance was sealed forever. Annie remembered that undead kept appearing from the rift constantly, which could be an important clue. Drawing on the wood, the elder began to explain about space dilation and its connections. He warned that the snake-type undead had crossed through another passage called Chow. Richard and Annie wanted to know if that passage was thousands of kilometers away from them. Worried about not being able to return to his fortress, the boy was still determined to try. Even amazed by the beauty of the place, he could not abandon his hometown and his friend. The elder discouraged the outsider, warning that everything was an illusion and that they should be careful. You warned that upon leaving the forest, they would be attacked by ferocious animals that inhabited the region. Willing to help, the Lord asked the elder to point the way back home, to return the approval of the gods and the strength from the other side of the tunnel would be necessary. However, not even the old man knew the exact meaning of the legends surrounding his generation. At a table, Richard and Annie discussed what could be done to solve the situation. Richard thought that people on the other side might pull them back through a portal. Impressed by the master's intelligence, Annie said that idea really made a lot of sense to her. However, he knew nothing about the approval of the gods as he did not believe in their existence. Then, the dragon returned to warn that the tiger spirit was actually a disguised orc elf. The protagonist had already noticed the presence of the orc elf, but was not sure of his intentions. Finally, the creature suggested that the god could be the last elven royal family, but Richard disagreed. He thought that everyone in the tribe hated having the same ears as the forest elves, so it was likely they had created a new name for themselves, like beast spirit, for example. A loud sound echoed through the middle of the forest, drawing the attention of everyone present there. Running, the orc elf warned that unwanted and demonic monsters were quickly approaching the tribe. Suddenly, those creatures decided to attack the forest, taking advantage of the monster's speed under the full moon. The boy tried to calm everyone, saying there was no need to panic at that moment. He decided to support the tribe in the fight against the creatures, even without knowing what to expect. The man warned to be careful as the magical creatures of that world could be completely different from what they knew. The men continued through the forest. The Lord doubted that a few people would be enough to defend the borders, but the man reassured him, saying they had discovered only one of the openings in the natural stone wall. In total, there were about 50 openings that could not be closed. He says that the monsters have the ability to climb stone walls and that if he didn't leave an opening, it would be even more problematic as the monsters would spread through the stone. So, these tiger spirits possess some intellectual abilities which makes them more dangerous than previously imagined. The opening they were heading to was called gulf being relatively far away. After 3 hours of travel, some trees were already fallen along the path. After 6 hours, the warriors were already tired from walking so much. At 9 hours of travel, the landscape changed completely. Tree, without leaves, the pointed trunks rose like sharp thorns, creating a threatening and intriguing scene in the dense forest. Finally, they arrived at the imposing stone wall that protected the forest, a true landmark in their journey. Pointing with his finger, the orc elf indicated the opening, revealing a path that looked promising and mysterious. It was a gigantic opening, allowing sunlight to penetrate, illuminating the environment with a radiant glow. Turning, he asks if the forest wasn't located inside a giant crater, but in fact, it was an extinct volcano. The man said it was better to be extinct so it wouldn't cause more problems since they were walking on the crust. Even so, they did not spot an undead, but they were very slow, so they probably weren't nearby. Richard asked about the giants, but they were asleep to conserve their energy, but they weren't titans, just iron giant, considered descendants. The protagonist was going to check outside the barrier to observe the monsters. They approached the edge, and upon climbing the rock, the red-haired man was extremely shocked by what he saw. It was all desert, just sand. They no longer believed in the existence of those walls outside the forest, since such an arid environment would be unable to support their survival, lacking even water to drink. Holding a skull in his hands, he brought the item to his master, eager to show the finding. He said there was something inside the skull, arousing the curiosity and expectation of everyone around. When picked up, a small animal with sharp teeth could be seen, surprising everyone. It was a low-level monster, but as scary as it looked, didn't pose great danger to them. Meanwhile, they wanted to know if Senan's people had ever tried to explore those lands. He said his ancestors tamed a flying dragon and used it to explore the exterior, but found nothing. Suddenly, something began to move in the dense sand, drawing the attention of everyone present. There were the ministers approaching, fearsome creatures that seemed to threaten the group's safety. Huge spiders with gigantic legs emerged, creating an atmosphere of tension and fear among the adventurers. However, the attack would only begin when the moon was full. During the dark and silent night, a terrifying creature tried to reach them, moving quickly through the sand, increasing the sense of imminent danger. Apparently, they would launch a surprise attack, catching the group off guard and without time to react. But the protagonist was already prepared and, with his sword in hand, waited for the right moment to act. Impressed by that young man's strength, Xenodon was speechless, admiring the courage shown in battle. He ordered everyone to see what was so special about those insects. Heading into the fight, the creatures were enormous and disgusting, causing revulsion in all who saw them in the darkness of night. Their limbs revealed very soft meat similar to crab leg, sparking the curiosity of those present. The man said they were edible, just a bit of salt and rose hip to season them. He had noticed how those worms were able to approach silently, seeking help for their needy tribe, but it might not be a good idea, as they would arrive too late to help those in need. Watching the night, the characters fed on a bit of bread, trying to satisfy their growing hunger. Numerous insects began to approach. Afraid Motor already wanted to run away, but that was not going to happen. They would stay and fight with the people of the forest. As the creature drew closer, the army prepared for impact. Heter accepted the mission of managing wide-range sweeps to the end. If any monster crossed the battlefield, Xenodon would be responsible for final control and elimination. At that moment, the official battle would begin and everyone prepared for the imminent clash. Arrows struck the bodies of the giant animal, but it was not enough to stop them. They kept running quickly through the sand, determined to reach their goals without hesitation or fear. The protagonist was determined to eliminate them all, leaving no survivors behind. Blows and kicks were used as a means of defense, while they tried to protect themselves from the threatening creatures. Even the steps joined the combat, crushing any type of threat that came near them. The woman with pink hair decided to use her powers wisely, seeking an effective strategy. The purple blood of the animal spread across the field, creating a terrifying and chaotic scene. Even with all their experience, The characters were already very tired and needed a rest. More monsters kept appearing, seeming endless, increasing the pressure on the exhausted warrior. A ranged attack was necessary again. Those creatures that were determined to strike the people, even Tiger, the Lord, did not give in and unleash a powerful elemental attack on the enemies. With his circle of power, he was able to destroy several creatures at once, impressing everyone. Even so, the creatures kept showing up, proving that the fight was far from over. The characters were going to die from exhaustion if they didn't find a quick solution to the critical situation. Then, Checo had a brilliant idea that could change the course of the ongoing battle. He exchanged glances with his master, who understood him perfectly, feeling their bond grow stronger. Happy with that idea, Checo felt like an idiot for not thinking of it before the fight. Checo was the mage they had needed, bringing new hope to the weary group. At his command, the pet began to grow in size, surprising everyone around. In mere seconds, he became a huge creature with wings, ready to face the enemies. At that moment, the beasts froze, probably because they had never seen a flying creature before. But shortly after, the intense attack resumed and the beasts desperately tried to reach Chico. Piling on top of one another, they formed a wall with their bodies, blocking the path for the heroes. Blue light surrounded the creature, creating a visual spectacle that was both impressive and terrifying. Richard, prepared to show everything he had been practicing recently, determined to make a difference. Finally, he would say goodbye to those mysterious sand dwelling worms, ending the threat one and for all. The looks in Cha's in Richard's eyes wish for the same thing. The complete destruction of the enemy. Ahead, flapping its wings, the creature began to unleash lightning bolts, striking all the creatures with tremendous intensity. On the sand, the protagonist prepared his sword for the final attack, focusing all his accumulated energy. He poured out all his fury, creating currents of energy that spread across the battlefield. People watched the war closely, totally impressed. Senadan observed the strength and power of that young warrior. The creatures were destroyed one by one. The protagonist considered the possibility that those monsters had some kind of unknown connection with Titans, but he would soon find out as soon as he exterminated them, that a new threat was about to emerge. With one more strike in the dense area, his life energy rushed toward the worms, seeking to eliminate them quickly. The yellow rays of light were very fast, cutting through the air with impressive and devastating intensity. Something unexpected stopped the power from reaching its destination, creating tension on the battlefield. A huge viper suddenly appeared, sliding through the sand with surprising and terrifying agility for everyone. It was the legendary Spartan serpent, a creature feared by many, known for its deadly strength and cunning. Watching the animal and the protagonist became more alert, realizing the fight had now become even more challenging. Opening its mouth, the serpent tried to strike Checo with a quick and deadly attack, targeting its prey, but the creature was faster and managed to escape, leaving the viper frustrated and even more determined to attack. The boy knew that attack range would be a threat. An animal had appeared to protect the pet. Without fear of the confrontation, he charged forward, determined to face the serpent and prove his unshakable courage. Leaping from the ground with an impressive jump, he hurled himself toward the snake. Challenging the imminent danger, he goes toward the snake with his sword in hand, prepared to deliver a decisive and deadly blow. With an agile movement, he pierces the animal's body with his skills, demonstrating dexterity, but the hide is so rigid that it cannot be pierced, raking his weapon into 1,000 pieces. That was the god monster, the one that suppresses all others. Meanwhile, Checo tried to deceive the animal by flying near its mouth, seeking an opportunity to attack. He prepares to unleash the power of lightning, concentrating all his energy into a single movement. As he positions himself, he aims to strike with precision, knowing that one mistake would be costly in battle. The lightning heads toward the serpent, illuminating the darkness with an intense and threatening light. The serpent closes its eyes and, fearing nothing, prepare to face the powerful attack. Opening its mouth, it receives the lightning power, absorbing the energy as if it were a challenge. Now the viper prepares a counterattack, determined to retaliate with all the strength it possessed. It fires Chico's lightning back at the creature, hitting it directly and causing an explosion of energy. Richard sees that his friend is about to be struck, unable to defend him and feel the urgency of the situation. He runs to catch him in his hands, determined to protect him at any cost without hesitation. Before he could hit the ground, he catches him firmly, preventing a devastating and dangerous impact. At the same time, he notices beside him that immense viper, ready to attack mercilessly. The legendary Spartan serpent was winning that fight, showing its strength and ferocity in battle. His people fall into despair upon realizing they had been devoured, feeling the imminent loss. Meanwhile, the creatures remain standing, ready to destroy anyone who approached. Then the battle resumes, but the people can't even get close to the terrifying black snake. The serpent tries to escape, hiding in the sand, seeking a safe place to protect itself. If it returned to the ground, it would not be possible to save Richard, increasing the tension of the situation. Meanwhile, one of the monsters attacks the warrior, biting his hand with surprising force. He panicked, also fearing for his end, feeling the pain and pressure of the attack. This time, they were playing with fire, challenging forces that could be matched. At that moment, the fight intensifies, and each movement becomes crucial for the survival of all involved. That tension in the air is palpable as the warriors battle the darkness that surrounds them. Hope seems scarce, but the determination to fight still shines.